Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness, in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies?
Yes.
Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I wish to advise that Councillor Allen and Councillor Davis will be absent today, and I move that they both be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
Thank you. And moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that Councillors Allen and Councillor Davis be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Chongwa.
And Councillor Trina Massey is also unwell today.
Seconded.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. It has been moved by Councillor Chongwa and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that Councillor Massey be granted a leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,751st meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2024 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the minutes of the 4,751st meeting of Council held on the 19th of November 2024 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, Mr Simon Fennick was scheduled to address the chamber today. However, he is unable to attend, so we now move on to question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Givney.
Thank you. My question is for the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, our team has a bold vision to make the Brisbane of tomorrow even better than the Brisbane of today. To do this, we are keeping our city moving by also making our lifestyle even better. As part of this year's Future Brisbane Summit, we revealed our vision for the Brisbane of tomorrow. Can you please update the Chamber on what is in store for our growing city over the coming years?
Lord Mayor.
Well, thank you, Councillor Givney, for the question. And the future of Brisbane is indeed exciting, and it's great to be part of the Future Brisbane Summit to talk about the opportunities that our wonderful city and our region and our state have. Now, there are some people who like talking Brisbane down. They usually sit on to my right, but we are optimistic about the future. Now, Brisbane, we know, has its fair share of challenges, growing pains and also a shortage of housing, cost pressures. These are challenges that pretty much every other city in Australia has. But what every other city in Australia doesn't have is the great opportunities that we have. Obviously, the Olympic and Paralympic Games are a big part of that, but also the fact that people just want to come here and live. They want to move here. They're coming from all over Australia and they're coming from around the world. They want to be part of Brisbane's future, and I don't blame them. And so a key part of our focus going forward is how we can accommodate more people in the regional plan. It's expected that an extra 400,000 people will be moving to the city by 2046, and that's a significant task in providing housing for all of those people. We know that a big part of that is ongoing improvements to planning processes and also changes to the city plan and our planning scheme to make sure that we can accommodate more homes in the areas that are well located with public transport and infrastructure, but also areas that need revitalisation as well. Areas, as we've seen in recent times, like Stones Corner, where we've got a planning process nearing completion, but also new areas and new opportunities that are coming up, for example, the Wynnum CBD or the Wynnum Town Centre. Wynnum is a fantastic area that is a town within a city, is very unique, but also if you ask most people in Wynnum, they love the area, they love living there. They will tell you all of the great reasons why it's wonderful to live in the Wynnum, Manly and Lota area, but they also acknowledge that the central business district area or the Wynnum CBD could use some revitalisation. You know, there are challenges with empty shops. There's great opportunities to have more people living in the precinct. And so we're going to have a look at the Wynnum CBD as an opportunity to revitalise the area, bring some more homes online in an area where it's really needed, and support local business and revitalise local business as well. And this is one of 70 hectares of opportunities that we've identified as well through Suburban Renewal. And they include places like Hyde Road, Yeronga, Bone Mill Road, Runcorn, Mina Parade, Alderley, Hamilton Road, Maruka, Murray Avenue, Maruka, Gympie Road, Kedron, Fairlawn Street, Nunda, Sandgate Road, Nunda, as well as suburban renewal opportunities that we're looking into and pursuing. There's obviously the great plans we've got for investment in parkland and green space, which is ongoing, and whether it's Victoria Park, the biggest new park in 50 years, or whether it's the Oxley Creek Master Plan and the vision that we're rolling out there, and the latest announcement we made on the Oxley Creek Common, it is very exciting. It's also the areas that we're looking to master plan going forward, including Kedron Brook, the wonderful Kedron Brook corridor, which has so many opportunities to come alive and for investment. It is such a popular place for people already, but we know that with some targeted investment and a good plan, we can make it even better. Same goes for the Wynnum, Manly and Lota foreshores as well. We know that it's such a popular place, and what's next for the Wynnum, Manly and Lota foreshores? We want to ask the community what they'd like to see. Some people have suggested even expanding or bringing back beach areas to the foreshore, and we're happy to have a look at those and other suggestions. We're also focused on our transport legacy going forward, and whether that's Metro, rolling out Metro and continuing the staged implementation of Metro, or the new Smart Suburban Corridors program that we've announced recently, where we had our global forum, where we opened up that opportunity to local business and also companies from around the world to help us with the latest technology, including AI, to manage our traffic network even better. We've released our Race to Gold program in recent years as well, which includes a whole raft of projects that will deliver a great transport legacy. The reality is the future of our city is exciting. We are well and truly focused on the future, and it's great to have the opportunity to talk about this as part of the Future Brisbane Summit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, on July 1 this year, you received a backdated $15,500 pay increase, meaning your take-home wage is now above $400,000. Yet a council-employed library assistant on around $70,000 would only receive an extra $2,000 under your EBA wage offer if it's ever finalised. Why do you think you deserve a 4% pay increase, which was backdated, while workers only deserve a 3% pay increase?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Madam Chair, I understand Councillor Cassidy believes in truth-telling. He should start by telling the truth about his own pay rise that he received at the same time, including his own allowance, which he continues to take year in, year out, despite criticising other people for having an allowance, which was in fact introduced by the Labor Party when they were in administration. Now, when it comes to
One moment, Lord Mayor. Councillors, please remain quiet. Lord Mayor.
When it comes to councillors' pay and conditions, Councillor Cassidy knows they are set by an independent tribunal. Councillors do not set their own pay and conditions.
But you do set them for workers.
Councillor Cassidy, do not call out. I have just asked councillors not to call out, so I caution you. Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cassidy is happy to criticise the decisions of others, and in fact this recent pay adjustment for councillors actually flowed on from the state government pay increase up the road in George Street. I didn't hear him criticising that at all. Now, let's be clear when it comes to our agreement with our staff, who we value, the council employees who do a fantastic job. At the end of 2022...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Griffiths, I caution you. Lord Mayor.
Actually, I'll start back further. In 2021, as we came out of the pandemic and things started to improve, our employees received a 2% increase, and that was in 2021. In April 2022, they received another 2% increase, but then we started to see the impacts of inflation. And so we then, in December 2022, so there was a pay increase of 2% in April 2022. In December 2022, the average pay increase for council employees was 7.18%. 7%. And then in September 2023, the following year, there was another average increase of 7.4%. So you're looking at over 14% in just that 2-year period. Council now has another negotiation ongoing with our employees, and we have put on the table a 6% increase over 2 years, and that's on top of the 7.4% in September 2023, and on top of the 7.18% in December 2022, and on top of the 2% in April 2022 and the 2% in 2021. And so we believe in a fair pay for a fair day's work, and that's what our council employees and staff are doing. They're delivering for the ratepayers of Brisbane. We appreciate them, we value them, which is why we've got a 6% increase on the table over the next 2 years. We believe this is fair. We believe this is reasonable. Discussions obviously will continue to be ongoing, but I have to say, I've been really disappointed by the approach of some union officials in relation to previous EBAs, where they have denied the ability of employees to actually have a vote on this. Because in the end, when we go through a negotiation, there's a point where employees are able to vote on the opportunity and whether they think it's a fair increase or not. And in recent times, we have seen, obviously as a result of state government, from the former state government, changes in legislation, if one of all of the unions doesn't agree, then the employees don't get a vote. And so this has happened for the last 2 EBAs now from memory, where employees have not even had a say because of the union interference in the process.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. On relevance, we're hearing a lot of the Lord Mayor's philosophical views here in his answer, but he hasn't actually provided the most important one, which is why he thinks he is worth more than the average council worker. That's what we want to know.
I don't uphold that point of order, Councillor Cassidy. The Lord Mayor's answering your question.
Thank you. And as I pointed out before, councillors' pay is not set by councillors. And
Councillor Cassidy, that's your second caution.
Is in the last few years there's been 2 2% increases, 2 7% plus increases, and now there's another 6% on the table over the next 2 years. Now, people can have a view on whether that's the right amount or not, but what I was pointing out is for the last 2 agreements we've had, the unions have denied employees having a say on this matter. They haven't actually had the opportunity to have a vote, which is disappointing. We have been, and I genuinely believe we have been fair with employees, with council officers in this process. We'd love to give them the opportunity to have a say on it, but up until this point, some of the union officials have not allowed that to happen, and they prefer to go straight to the Industrial Relations Commission. And so let's hope that it doesn't end up there. Let's hope employees do get the opportunity to have a say, but obviously it's a process we need to go through.
Further questions? Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee. Councillor Wines, the Schrinner Council is keeping Brisbane moving with congestion busting projects across the city, like the Muggle Road upgrade, which is taking shape. Can you please update the Chamber on when this new and improved transport link in Brisbane's west will be finalised for Brisbane commuters?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And can I thank Councillor Adamant for his question, for his ongoing interest and support in what is a project that will unlock the transport problems and solve so many of the issues for the western suburbs. I know that whenever I go to the Pullen Vale area, the #1 concern for residents out there is the operation of Muggle Road, and this will see that once problematic roundabout replaced by a bridge and underpass, removing a great deal of congestion in that community. So not only will it create a smoother and safer traffic conditions for motorists, there are new facilities that did not exist before for cyclists and new crossings and additional crossings for pedestrians which did not exist before, making it a much more traversable site than it ever was for non-motor vehicle transport. The project itself is more than 90% complete and we're now in the home stretch. Now, before we move into some of the details of the works, I just want to remind councillors that this intersection carries roughly 50,000 motor vehicles per day, 38,000 east-west and 12,000 north-south, creating a lot of the issues around why this site was so difficult. In the first place was rather than the straight through, this had a third very high traffic volume movement into it. But that roundabout also saw 40 crashes recorded, with hospitalisations of 13 of those and 23 requiring medical treatment between 2013 and 2020. So not only does it carry a large volume of motor vehicles, it also it was also dangerous to use, both statistically and I think anecdotally and incidentally. I think people would rightly identify that. Now, in this construction of this, we'll call it a bridge, this intersection removal, there was 2,500 separate individuals working on the project across its duration for 453,435 hours of work. There has been 44,000 cubic metres of soil removed from the site, or about 8,800 truckloads. There's been 9,000 cubic metres, or 22,500 tonnes of concrete that have been poured, and 1,440 tonnes of reinforced steel that have been used across, along with 117 pre-stressed concrete bridge beams that have been installed. All this has been managed while working to keep the site operational for residents and access available to businesses as best we can in what is a very difficult and constrained site. Now, we all know that inflation, rising costs of construction and a competitive market have caused cost increases and delays, things we've spoken about in this place a number of times. I recognise that our completion date of late 2024 will, as a result of recent heavy rains, will now be in the first quarter of 2025. We were on track to complete... One moment,
Councillor Wines. We'll wait until councillors are quiet. Councillor Wines.
We were on track to complete major works at the end of this year. However, due to significant and unseasonably heavy rain in the month of November, has seen some lost time through this period. Now, I'd like to point councillors to November rainfall over the last 4 years. In November 2021, there were 44 millimetres of rain. In November 2022, there were 43 millimetres of rain. In November 2023, there was 124 millimetres of rain, and up to 26th of November this year, there was 241 millimetres of rain in the month of November. Now, it is important to also reflect that not only for these final works that are the setting of concrete, the setting of bitumen, the placement of lines, not only do they require no rain, they require dry conditions. So they require the soil to be dry as well as there to be no rain. So excavation earthworks, concreting and asphalting, as I said, the conditions must be specifically dry to be able to deliver those projects. So I'm advising the council that as a result of rain in the month of November 6 times higher than what we would ordinarily expect in that period has resulted in a time delay in the delivery of the bitumen, in the delivery of the concrete. However, this project will remain viable, that people will be able to drive upon it as they are now. The businesses will be able to keep their access while we
Councillor Wines, your
complete these
time
final
has
works.
expired. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, my question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the agreement between the state government and Brisbane City Council regarding the voluntary home buyback scheme specifically notes that eligible contributions, and I quote, for which council can be reimbursed by the QRA include, and I quote from page 14, planting of a site. Why has the Srina administration and you made the decision that not to include any tree planting on the buyback sites? Why have you, sorry, I should have put these on to begin with. Why has your administration, under your leadership, not included any tree plantings on the buyback sites, and as a result, failing to properly remediate the new park land, instead leaving them looking like park jail?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Johnston. When it comes to the sites that are handed across the council through the voluntary home buyback program, or the state and federal program to purchase these properties, we're conscious of the fact that these are heavily flood-affected sites, and so it does require careful consideration of what goes onto that site. Obviously, there's a reason why the house is being removed. It floods. And so we've made it clear as well, and I understand Councillor Johnston has been notified of that, that we're happy to consider some planting on these sites, provided it doesn't create worsening of flood conditions effectively. And so there will be some sites that will have planting on them. There will be some sites that don't have planting on them and are kept as open space. And so we're looking at it on a case-by-case basis. It also depends on what's around these sites as well, and whether there's a number of sites next to each other and what they can be used for. So there's no one-size-fits-all response here. But when it comes to what might occur to these blocks of land, we're happy to keep an open mind, provided that whatever we do there doesn't worsen flooding for the neighbours. And so if you've got an area that carries a significant volume of water through, you know, that's something that you have to consider when you're planting, or if you're considering planting. So we're happy to look at those opportunities on a case-by-case basis. And we're always happy to consider funding from other organisations as well. And so...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor, if you could just stop your microphone there. Councillor Johnston, you've asked your question and you've repeatedly calling things out while the Lord Mayor is answering the question. Could you please remain quiet while he does provide you an answer?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order,
I simply
Councillor
made
Johnston.
a supportive comment. Great. That's what I said.
Do not uphold your point of order. Councillor Johnston, I caution you. Councillor Johnston. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So we're always happy to have a look at any opportunities to get some funding support from other agencies or other levels of government. And so, you know, if there's an opportunity here, I'm willing to pursue it. But I did just want to point out that time and time again, what Councillor Johnston claims in this council chamber very equivocally, you know, like it is, you know, claims black and blue, red and white, whatever, black or white, that something is the case. We go and have a look and it turns out not to be exactly like that, which happens every time. In fact, I think it was last week, Councillor Johnston made a claim about us demanding that all tree planting stops. It's just not the case. Made the claim in the chamber, it was not the case. And so there's sometimes selective quoting of information here. There's potentially misrepresentation. So happy to have a look at any opportunities. If there's an opportunity
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
Happy to investigate any opportunities for additional funding from QRA. And so, yeah, as I said, my position is in some of these cases, some planting will be appropriate and will be acceptable because it doesn't worsen flooding. But in other cases, it won't be, and we have to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Councillor Johnston, your claim of misrepresentation.
Yes, Madam Chairman. The Lord Mayor has misrepresented my question by claiming that I've made false statements. In fact, I've quoted from the document, the Heads of Agreement between the State Government and Council, which says Council can be reimbursed by the QRA for eligible activities, including planting of a site, and that's on page 14, if the Lord Mayor would like to read it. I have.
Further questions? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, the Schrinner Council is keeping Brisbane moving by investing in essential maintenance of key transport assets like the Walter Taylor Bridge. There was much publicity-seeking behaviour from the other side of the chamber about this project. Can you please update the chamber on the essential project and how it actually unfolded?
Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and can I thank Councillor Toomey for his ongoing interest in this project and, of course, his own personal interest in engineering projects, both in his community and across the city. As councillors would have identified, the Walter Taylor Bridge is a key river crossing in the inner western suburbs that carries around 30,000 vehicles per day. It is an iconic heritage-listed structure that requires ongoing maintenance to ensure that it is safe and operational for the people, not only in that community, but for all users of that bridge. As we know, we are reflecting on works that have occurred, but the important part of the work is that so many people reflected on the need and necessity of a full closure. And I'm going to take a moment just to describe in this place why that was necessary. And it's effectively for three reasons. One of them was the requirement for a full grind down of the bitumen surface down to the concrete deck for the purpose of placing a plastic epoxy in the location to make sure that the bridge, as it moved through heat and cool, was able to make those movements without significant structural damage. To get that epoxy in the right place, it had to be the width of the bridge. Also, to get that epoxy to set properly, it had to have 12 hours of perfectly still conditions. That required, to achieve those two things, that means that no vehicles were required to be on, it was required that there be no vehicles on the bridge during that time. The other thing that was required to have no vehicles is that we dealt with the joints and joists, which is of course effectively strengthening and attending to and maintaining the connections of the large cabling to the suspended cabling. And they're sort of, if you look at them, they're kind of like flat pieces that sit either side of the crossing cable. They needed to be reset, maintained and then retensioned to ensure that the bridge was able to last. To do that, you could not allow motor vehicles on the bridge while that was occurring. So those three things meant that the bridge had to be closed to motor vehicles for a period. Now, recognising that to do that would be significantly inconvenient to that community, we chose a time that was most likely to cause the least stress on that community. We chose a school holiday period. We chose one that was markedly dry because, as we said, we needed some epoxy to set. We needed the bitumen and concrete to then, after we put the epoxy in place, to set. We needed materially and consistently dry conditions to do that. September was deemed much more likely than January for those conditions. Now, to recall that from my last answer, we just had the wettest November in some years and by some order. Now, if you were to extrapolate that from now, the calls to set that program in January in a key trading period when our weather in this city can be volatile was not the right one. And the best evidence for that is the fact that the work, whatever criticisms were made at the time, it is now complete. It is now, that work is now addressed, and the requirement to go back into that site will not be for many, many years to come. Now, other things that were done to ensure that this project, the effects of this project on the local community were reduced were a range of communications across 42,000 households across Brisbane's west and southwest on numerous occasions, the placement of signage, the placement of overhead static VMS signs across a number of gantries, both owned by DTMR and BCC. There were VMS signs, there was wayfinding signs, and there was information on our website. We also used our contact list from the Muggle Road corridor upgrade to also distribute this information. We also took the opportunity to also put out radio advertisements. I have to take a moment to thank a number of individuals who made this project go so very well. Can I thank Mr Guy Curnow and his team who worked on the project on site? Can I thank Ms Stacey Davis and her team for their leadership and communications? And can I also thank Naomi, the head of construction branch, for her team's planning, for her and for Guy's team's implementation, and for Stacey's team's delivery of the communication.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Chongwa.
No.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. It's great to see the Council proposing an amendment to our city plan of increasing the deep planning target to 15% from the existing 10%, as was advocated by my former Greens colleague. This proposed change is currently going through a city plan amendment process with the amendment package Major L. Of course, this 15% will also just be a target as an unacceptable outcome within our performance-based planning system. You would have heard you would have heard me in previous weeks in these chambers table our research that for the last 7 multi-dwelling development applications in the highest high density part of Milton, the average deep planning was only 4%, nowhere near the 10% target. Councillor Allen has highlighted in these chambers 1 to 2 applications have reached the 10%, but have not acknowledged that many applications are also resulting in 0% of deep planting. This is clearly an uneven playing field where some developers are trying to meet the 10% target, while many developers would rather spend the money on lawyers and...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Question time, not statement time, please.
Yeah, you do need to come round to the question, please.
Sorry, I'm just giving context.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, what will this council do to ensure that hundreds of large multi-dwelling developments approved every year in Brisbane actually result in sufficient deep planting that is consistent with the 10% target to ensure we have a sustainable, healthy green city and not unlivable concrete jungles?
Lord Mayor.
Okay, well, thank you for the question, Councillor Chongwa. Well, in order for any development proposal to go ahead, it has to be approved by council, and ultimately we see time and time again Councillor Chongwa and our Greens colleagues opposing pretty much every proposal that comes up. And so for deep planting to occur, housing has to go ahead, and Councillor Chongwa and her colleagues continue to oppose pretty much all projects. And so it's kind of a theoretical argument on part of Councillor Chongwa, because she's trying to demonstrate or suggest that she supports deep planting. But I also remember her Greens colleague, who she referred to before, opposing the world's greenest building. The world's greenest building. And there were 1,000 trees proposed to be, and plants proposed to be planted on this ARIA proposal in South Brisbane, but that wasn't good enough. The world's greenest building was not good enough for the Greens. Why? Because they're just against development, full stop. Let's face it. So they can say that they theoretically support 10% or 15%, but really they don't support any kind of development. I've never seen a development they actually do support. I'm yet to see an example of a development they do support. And so whether it's got 5%, 10%, 15%, they don't support any development. And when you can't please
Point
them...
of order, Madam Chair.
A moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
To my knowledge, last week all the councillors voted for a development, including the Greens councillors, right here in this chamber.
Councillor Johnston, that is not a point of order. Just wait till your councillors have stopped speaking. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The Greens have a very clear track record on winning votes by opposing development. That's what they do. It's fundamentally why there's two of them here, because they oppose things. And so they can continue to make commentary on tree planting targets and requirements, but we've been very clear that we support sustainable development. And the other thing that I would point out is when a high-density development or an apartment block is built, there's a fundamental environmental benefit there, because the alternative to that is greenfield development out in the suburbs, knocking down trees. And so, you know, we've also got to look at the strategic implications here. So when an apartment building is built or proposed in an inner city area, that's potentially many people who will not be living in a greenfield area out in the suburbs, removing trees, removing bushland. And so we support sustainable development. We support improving the targets when it comes to, and requirements when it comes to deep planting. This is something that came out of our planning exercise a few years back, and we've been progressing. But we also do support new homes being built, unlike the Greens, who continue to oppose development and new homes being built time and time again for political purposes. And, you know, we see that they want to build apparently 1 million homes across Australia, but we don't know where those homes are going to be. They've never actually been upfront about where they see those homes being built. And that's right, maybe the racecourse. Yeah, the racecourse. Actually, you're right, there is a proposal that we saw, and that was to shut down the racing industry and to build homes on the racecourse. A block of land that would have to be purchased at great expense, shut down an entire industry. And yeah, so we see these kind of pie-in-the-sky proposals put forward, and we see that they tend to claim that they support certain things, but in reality they don't really support any of the practical development proposals that are put forward in their area. Sometimes they're happy to support proposals in other people's area, you know, because it's the NIMBY attitude. It's like, okay, that's all right, that's not in my area, I'll support that. But when it comes to development proposals in Greens-held wards, it's very rare to see them support any of them at all. And so it's kind of theoretical about what the deep planting requirement is when you don't support any new homes being built at all.
Further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Acting Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Marks. Councillor Marks, the Stringer Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better by investing in world-class open spaces, especially in the lead-up to the 2032 Games. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest new park to open in the community in the eastern suburbs?
Councillor Marks.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank Councillor Atwood for the question. Councillor Atwood has been an avid advocate for this project from her first meetings with the members of the Balmoral Cycling Club, who had called Murray Rec Reserve home for many years, about a vision for a precinct for their sport. And Lord Mayor, through you, Chair, the Balmoral Cycling Club could not be more delighted with the result. They were so appreciative that you also saw the vision for a precinct that's not just unique for our city, but is of international standard that can now attract elite cycling events. The new Criterium track features 2 loops. The outer loop is 1,147 metres long and an extended loop of 1,460 metres, which provides the opportunity to create different racing options, and those options apparently go clockwise or anti-clockwise. So, I suppose, to mix it up. There's also a shadow track, which was an old track around the outside of the complex. It's now been repurposed and can be used by the community for walking, jogging and general recreational use, so the two events don't clash. Of course, there is the impressive full accessible clubhouse, which will be shared by the Balmoral Cycling Club, Speed Zone Roller Sports Club and a wonderful youth support organisation called Traction. So Traction mentors young people to develop resilience and mental well-being, and one of the programs that they deliver teaches young people how to build and maintain a bike and also learn new riding skills. So having a home at BICP is very fitting. They do a one-day course and also a 9-week course on both of those things. There's also a brand new upgraded car park and supporting pathways to connect to the track and club house, as well as the existing junior cricket fields, skate park, basketball half court and the Vicky Wilson playground. Madam Chair, there were 340 registered riders from every cycling club in South East Queensland for the first criterium race on Saturday. Ordinarily, 200 registrations is considered a really big day, so those increased numbers reflect the level of anticipation and excitement in this cycling community. There are a number of very special guests at the event: Balmoral Cycling Club members Mike Victor, Gino Cornacia and Janine Gale, along with Brisbane cycling luminary Dan Hovey. I also hear that keen cyclist and former councillor for Northgate Kim Flesser was there, resplendent in lycra. I have to say, I was thankful I was not able to attend on the day. Councillor Atwood and Councillor Davis did, however, have the honour of ringing the final bell in the men's A-grade race. Brothers Finn and Liam Walsh fought it out to the very end with a photo finish. Liam, who had just represented Australia in the Track World Championships in Copenhagen, came from behind to pip his younger brother at the post. It was an amazing race to end the fantastic cycling program for the day. And whilst Saturday morning's competition was all about cycling, the afternoon saw the inline speed skaters take to the track for the first time. So during the design phase, it was identified that a new 500-metre inline speed skating track could be integrated into the plan, which would support Brisbane's growing community of speed skaters. So when the track's not being used for skating, it can be used as a cycle track for the junior races. Madam Chair, this was a big project. The work was delivered by a Brisbane-based builder using local contractors and suppliers, including 35 apprentices. And the result is fantastic. There was so much positive feedback on Saturday. So many people said it was awesome. It really was the word of the day. In fact, on the Balmoral Cycling Club Facebook page, one member summed it up with best day ever. Madam Chair, this project was built on collective vision and effort. A special mention to Sean, Andy, Guian and Steve from the Balmoral Racing Club, Wynne from the speed skating community, Sandy from Traxton, Elena and Wade from the project management team in News, the state and federal governments and of course Councillor Atwood for her advocacy. The BIC project delivers a legacy for our city with its international standard facilities. The cycling and speed skating community now have a dedicated wheeled precinct to train and race right in the heart of the southeastern suburbs. And in the lead up to the Olympics in 2032, this precinct can now host not only local but national and international events. Madam Chair, we are a sports-loving nation and a city with an enviable subtropical climate and vibrant outdoor style. We're excited to add this wonderful precinct to support the growing needs of wheeled sports enthusiasts in our city.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillors, that now ends question time.
No, it doesn't.
Just before we go on to ENC, I do want to just acknowledge...
Point of order.
Point of order.
The question time has been going for 40 minutes. There is time for another
over
question.
40 minutes. Thank you, councillors.
It started at 2:05.
And I have called the end of question time.
And that just went 40.
Must not exceed 45.
Councillors, question would take 5 minutes to answer, let alone some questions that take 2 minutes to ask. And it must not go over 45 minutes in total. So I am now calling... question time now ends. Thank you. And before I was rudely interrupted...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Lady Council, get one question. Where's your pro rata in that?
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
What do you call your regime,
Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy.
It's ridiculous.
You choose to call out and waste question time. That is on you. Now, I do not... I ask you to stop calling out and debating with me. One moment, please, Councillor Johnston. While I do formally warn you, Councillor Cassidy, and next time it will be on the record. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chairman. As you are failing to fairly allocate the required question time under the meeting's local law for the benefit of all councillors, I move dissent in your dodgy decision.
Seconded.
Councillor Johnston has moved dissent in my ruling and seconded by Councillor Griffith. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no.
No. Division.
Seconded.
Division has been called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
The motion is lost. All councillors resume your seats. And for all councillors, section 33(2), question time must not exceed 45 minutes. Councillor Collier. Now, before I was rudely interrupted, I was just about to acknowledge our former councillor orderly, Richard Ang, who is in our public gallery. Thank you, councillors. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 18th of November 2024.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 18th of November 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, the 18th of November 2024 be adopted.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Could I ask that several items be taken seriatim for debate, please? Items A and F as a group, then items B and C as a group, then items D and E as a group. So 3 separate debates, A and F, B and C, D and E, please.
Thank you. I'm just going to repeat that to make sure I got it. Actually, Councillor, did you want to add to that before I read them out and double check?
I do, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
I just ask that item D and E be separate for debate. Did you do voting as well or just debate? For debate purposes.
Okay. So we have A and F together for debate and vote. B and C together for debate and vote. Then D for debate and vote, and E for debate and vote. Is that correct?
No one's requested separate voting at this point. This is for debate purposes.
If we have to debate those and then vote on those to move on to the next debate, Councillor. So I'm not quite sure where you're coming from there. Okay.
Point of order, Chair.
Further? Point of order, Councillor Wolfe.
I request that clause F be taken seriatim for voting purposes. I have a declarable conflict of interest in clause F, as I am a non-executive director for the St Margaret's Foundation Board, which is one of the organisations listed in this attachment. Although I will remain in the meeting, I will be abstaining from debate and not voting on this item. Thank you.
So we will debate A and F and then vote A separately and F separately. Debate B and C and then vote on them together. D and then vote, and E and then vote. Any further requests?
Point of order,
Johnston.
Madam Chair.
Yeah,
The normal practice, if you have a conflict of interest, is to step out of the chamber. And I'm just wondering if that's not the most prudent course of action here, given Councillor Wolfe has said she has a conflict of interest.
Councillor Wolfe. Thank you. Councillor Johnston. Councillor
Yeah, point of order. Sorry, Madam Chair, I do not need to remove myself for the entire meeting, only for that item.
For A and F. So, but not voting, not debating and not voting on F.
Not voting and not debating on item F.
That's right, we're just clearing that up. Thank you very much. Okay. So, we will now start with debate on A and F. Lord Mayor. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Johnson, but we'll vote separately on them.
No, but this is my point, Madam Chair. Yes, so, no, but that's what I'm saying. Councillor Wolfe could stay for A and just leave for F.
That's okay.
So,
she's leaving. So
all right.
there's
Okay.
no conflict. Okay, councillors, thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Before I go on to item A and F, just wanted to pay a particular tribute to the wonderful organisation, service organisation Zonta, and we can see you're resplendent in orange, and you've got the Zonta figurine there. It was great to be with you, and also with Di Farmer and Joan Pease last night out the front of City Hall for the Zonta Club's annual walk to raise awareness and to say no to violence against women and girls. This is a walk which coincided with the start of 16 days of activism, which started yesterday. They started at City Hall. I had a few words with them and a couple of good chats, and then you were part of the walk, weren't you? And went across the river, through past South Bank and around, again back to City Hall last night. So thank you to Zonta, and obviously in acknowledgement of yesterday's importance, we lit up our assets orange, including City Hall and the other council-controlled assets in acknowledgement of this important day, saying no to violence against women and girls. Tonight, the assets will be lit up in purple for the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust Christmas Appeal, which is underway now. Wednesday, they'll be lit up in blue for National Asbestos Awareness Week. Thursday, purple, yellow, pink and green for World Chromosome 18 Day. And this day recognises or raises awareness for those living with trisomy 18, which is the disorder which babies are born with, where 3 copies of chromosome 18 are present instead of 2. On Friday, the assets will be lit up in red and green because it is Christmas and we're lighting up the Christmas tree in King George Square. So that's the colours on Friday. On Saturday, red, yellow, blue on the eve of Romanian National Day. And I just wanted to give a shout out to the members of our local Romanian community who will be celebrating this important milestone day. I just wanted to update councillors with the figures on rainfall that we heard from Councillor Wines about the extraordinary rain we received in November so far. And, you know, it seemed to have taken the BOM by surprise as well. There were a few nervous days there where many of us were thinking, well, is this rain going to continue? And there was a lot of rain across the month of November. Rain plus warmer weather equals grass growing season, and I just wanted to confirm that our summer grass cutting schedule has kicked off with a vengeance, and so we have now our grass cutting teams out 7 days a week cutting right across the parks and green space of our city on an ongoing basis all the way through summer. So it started now and it will continue all the way through to March. Most parks across the city will be cut every 2 weeks, and the high-profile parks, such as New Farm Park, will be cut every week. And so this will be ongoing throughout the summer period now, with work schedules of up to 7 days a week as need requires. Now, obviously, there are some things that can impact on this schedule. It's certainly not funding, because we have never put more money into grass cutting. When I first became the Lord Mayor in 2019, the annual investment in grass cutting was $20 million. Last year, it was up to $26 million. This year, $32 million we're investing on grass cutting across the city. Never before has any administration invested more into grass cutting than we are right now. But there are things that can impact on that schedule, including whether the ground is too wet for the equipment to get in there. Obviously, we don't want to damage the parks, and so we have to bear that in mind. And so sometimes the cutting schedule can be delayed until the ground dries out a little bit and it's safe to go in and cut, because we certainly don't want to tear up the parks while we're maintaining them. But from now on, all the way through summer, it's every 2 weeks the parks are scheduled to get mowed, and every week in high-profile locations. And so thank you to our teams right across the city who are on the job doing this important work. Thank you, Councillor Parry, for having me in your part of the world, a beautiful part of the world, where I was getting some training on one of the big grass-cutting tractors today, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. And so I went over the same patch of grass multiple times to make sure it was done properly, but the grass cutting teams do a fantastic job, and thank you, Councillor Parry, for having me in your ward today to help celebrate the kicking off of the summer grass cutting season. I just did want to say, in relation to this, this kerfuffle that happened before about question time, Councillor Cassidy is the boy who cries wolf here. He sits there quietly week in, week out, while Councillor Johnston chews up all of his time to ask questions with her constant interjections and points of order and time-wasting tactics that she uses. He doesn't say anything about that, but it costs them the opportunity to ask questions. He didn't say anything when Councillor Chong-Wah gave a long speech instead of a question.
Councillor Johnson.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim of misrepresentation. Lord Mayor.
And now he's crying wolf when he... he's crying wolf suddenly when he misses out on a question. Well, he's missed out on questions week in, week out because of Councillor Johnston. So, boy who cried wolf. We can't take what Councillor Cassidy says seriously, because he's enabled the independent councillor to chew up all of that time to ask questions week in, week out. And let's not forget, there's been plenty of weeks where Councillor Cassidy hasn't even asked me a question at all. That's right. And so if he values question time so much, then there's a way to do that, and that is not to enable and encourage the time-wasting tactics of Councillor Johnston. Now, item A. Hey, look, it's no skin off our nose. It's only skin off his nose. So. Oh, look, Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Collier,
Councillors, thank you. One moment. One moment, Lord Mayor. One moment, Lord Mayor.
We know you care a lot. We know you cared enough.
Can you just wait, please, while Council becomes quiet? Thank you. Lord Mayor.
We know that they complain about committee meetings, yet this morning they didn't even show up. So they can complain about question time all they like, but you've got to take it with a grain of salt. Item A is the report of the Audit Committee on the 7th of November 2024. This comes through on a regular basis from our Independent Audit Committee. And I just do have to say that this is a fully independent committee, external to Council. It has reporting that's done by obviously Council representatives and employees, but the committee itself is fully independent, and that is a good thing because it's part of our control mechanism within Council to make sure that we have appropriate controls in place to manage risk. The Audit Committee's job is to obviously help us and assist us with those controls and processes to manage the risks right across the organisation, and they do a good job of that. And so item A, onto item F, which is the lease of land to community organisations, and the one which Councillor Wolf has exempted herself for. This type of submission does come through on a regular basis because it enables us to enter into arrangements with various organisations for the lease of land. Under state legislation, we cannot enter into a lease without going to an open tender, except if we're going through this process with council approval. Now, obviously, there are situations where we wouldn't go to an open tender because there's an existing leaseholder in place and may have been for many, many years. And, you know, we don't necessarily want them to have that uncertainty every few years that they will lose access to the facility that they've been in for a period of time. So, under the City of Brisbane Act, we can apply for an exemption to the ordinary regulation to go out to tender.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
It has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And so, as I was saying, under the City of Brisbane Act, we can apply for an exemption to the requirement to go out to tender in cases where there's an existing leaseholder who's doing a great job as the lessee, and we've got a number of those on the submission today where we're asking for that exemption to enter into a new lease or an amended lease with these organisations that are existing on the site as lessees. Especially now in a cost of living crisis, these community organisations have become even more important, and whether they're community organisations, sporting organisations, they do a wonderful job in providing support and services to the community in various ways. And so I would ask for council support for this particular item so we can continue that process of the lease renewal and renegotiation for these entities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnston, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes. The Lord Mayor has misrepresented me by saying that it was my fault that question time had been chewed up with points of order, but clearly, as we're all aware, there were 4 to 5 minutes left in question time, and it was your decision to cut question time short.
Councillor Johnston. Correct. It was Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on items A and F, and I listened to the Lord Mayor's contribution to these items closely and deeply, and found it interesting, particularly his comments around grass cutting. Actually, so he's crowing about spending $12 million or more this year than he did 5 years ago, but doing the same amount of grass cutting. The same amount. I was talking to a contractor over the weekend, actually he's worked in other councils as well, and that contractor said those other close by councils cut grass twice as often as Brisbane.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Twice as often as Brisbane.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Please, Councillor Cassidy. Point of
Relevance
order,
to the report. The Lord Mayor can speak around the world, but Councillor Cassidy cannot.
Councillor Cassidy, it is something that maybe you can raise in general business if you can come back to item A and F, please. Councillor Collier. Councillor Collier.
That's right.
One moment, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Collier, please. Councillor Cassidy.
I take the interjection from Councillor Collier. Maybe if the regime allows, maybe we'll get to talk. On item A, the report of the Audit Committee. What an interesting read. This is an interesting précis of this that is here. It's full of useful information. Well, it would be if you had the attachments and the supporting documents of which is talked about in the Audit Committee report before us today. So I fully believe the Audit Committee themselves and the independent members are doing a great job. I just wish we could say the same about this regime over here, this LNP regime. What we see in the list, and this fairly high-level sort of stuff, particularly, you know, the update from the acting CEO to the Audit Committee was 2 paragraphs. 2 paragraphs in there, and other things are sort of, this is coming from the council side to the Audit Committee, a number of paragraphs here and there. They're doing great work, but what we don't know is then what actions the regime here are taking to mitigate against all of those risks, against all of those fraud risks, against project mismanagement risks, of which we'll come to shortly. We remain concerned, as I do each and every time that this report comes through, is the lack of information that is presented to us as councillors about what action the regime is taking to mitigate those risks, as I said. We know that there have been, over a long period of time, many instances where political decisions of the LNP have raised the interest of the Audit Committee to the point where there have had to be large-scale changes to the way in which council does things. We all remember invoice fraud. Well, some of us remember we hear the invoice fraud of in excess of $500,000. New systems and processes had to be in place. So the work of the Audit Committee is important, but we want to be rest assured as councillors who make up the Brisbane City Council under the City of Brisbane Act, that we are satisfied with the actions that are being taken on the other side of receiving these Audit Committee reports. We know that, as I said, fraud issues, project delay issues, budget cuts that they have had to discuss, and how do we then know that the LNP are acting on the advice of the Audit Committee? We know they're producing minutes of their meeting, but we want to know what is being done. So if you do look at as much detail as you can in the report from the Audit Committee here today, there is some interesting information that appears at this meeting that we haven't seen at previous ones. Very interesting to see in the short report that the acting CEO gave to the Audit Committee that the Metro launch was discussed. Not a limited Metro launch, not a trial of the Metro, not a preview of the Metro, but the acting CEO gave an update of the launch of the Brisbane Metro commencing on the 21st of October 2024. Now, I firmly believe that the CEO was telling the truth in that report to the Audit Committee. I've absolutely no doubt that the CEO at the time believed that was the launch of the Metro, because that's what all of Brisbane was told. That's what the state government was told, who was funding the launch of the Metro.
I reckon that's what LNP councillors thought too.
I suspect there was only 2 people, maybe 1, but maybe 2, that knew that it was only going to be a trial or a preview or whatever they want to call it. That was the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy. They were the only 2 people in Brisbane who really knew the truth about that, and they decided not to share the truth with the people of Brisbane about that. We also note a bit further down as well regarding the Metro that the Audit Committee was provided with an update on an independent review of the Metro post-launch. Not a review of the trial, but a post-launch independent review with discussions around what the outcomes of that would be and the lessons that would be learnt of that. So we know the Lord Mayor sometimes likes to selectively table documents around the Metro. He selectively tabled one of those last week. I certainly hope the Lord Mayor will table the Brisbane Metro post-launch independent review, so the people of Brisbane and us as councillors can know what went wrong. So we can finally get the answers, we can get the truth about what went wrong with your disastrous failure to launch, Metro launch, 4.5 weeks ago now. Surely there will be more detail in that report than what we have received from the Lord Mayor and from Councillor Murphy and from the LNP. I'm sure they'll talk about more than just the speakers being too quiet and grab rails being too high as well. That's surely there'll be more to it than that. But we know that this is the type of information that this regime tries to sweep under the carpets. If you look at point 10, going through this report now, Chair, there's some information provided by the Chief Information Officer update. This is an important one as well, which goes to something that we've been discussing in this place for far too long without action. I couldn't believe it. I read this bit and thought, that's right. We started talking about this years and years and years ago, and Councillor Cunningham promised to do something about it. That report from the Chief Information Officer talks about the launch of the Digital Customer Experience project, including the incremental release and testing plan and the Services for Brisbane update, the Digital First website. Most specifically, the new website, the Digital First website in Council. And that's when we were promised, this is years ago, Councillor Cunningham and the Lord Mayor promised to publish real-time data on the Council website about broken footpaths, broken and dangerous footpaths, how long people are waiting for those jobs to be complete and those footpaths to be made safe, and broken and dangerous playground equipment. Councillor Cunningham promised that would be done. That was well before the last election we've just had years ago. And we've seen here that the Chief Information Officer is able to give an update to the Audit Committee about the progress of that. Why can't Councillor Cunningham be open and transparent with the people of Brisbane about when that project is going to roll out, so people know they can plan their trip. They know that a footpath might be closed and there's a permit in place that a building sites close a footpath if they're in a wheelchair and they know they can't get through. If they know that that footpath is broken and dangerous, they can plan that trip. Or if they know that there's equipment in their local park that is broken and closed off. Mightn't seem that interesting and important. I know Councillor Cunningham was just laughing along then, but I think people do think this is important. And this project is the gateway for that to happen. So I certainly hope Councillor Cunningham will get up now and give us a thorough report on the rollout of that. Now, we get down to point 14. We're getting near the end of the Audit Committee report. Told you there was a bit in there. Point 14, we noticed there was a separate meeting on November 7. So this meeting was November 7. There was also a separate meeting on November 7 held as well, specifically talking about frauds and losses. We assume that Council has incurred financial losses through perhaps maybe the disposal of items, the loss of items, items being stolen from the Callanvale Ward Office, maybe was included in that, and frauds as well. So we know that there's been invoice fraud in the past perpetrated on Council on this LNP regime's watch. We wonder if that's happened again. Because it's interesting to note, I haven't seen this one in there for years, a specific item and a specific meeting about frauds and losses. So we'd like some further information on that, given we collectively are the Council and we're being asked today to endorse this report today. We want to be really sure about that. Given the LNP's history on this stuff, I'm sure, one, they're not going to tell us the information we need to know to make a decision, and two, we couldn't be confident that they're actually going to sort these things out, given history continues to repeat itself with the LNP in charge. So we'll wait with bated breath to see what the Lord Mayor and what Councillor Cunningham can offer us through the balance of this debate and summing up today, before we can make a decision on how we'll vote on that one. On Clause F, the lease of land to community organisations, of course this is one we'll support. It's a standard procedure the Council has to undertake now to engage in a process of in a technical term, disposal of land, but that is through leasing in this case. Our grassroots sporting clubs, I think as we would all agree on this, are the backbone of so many communities around Brisbane. And I know from personal experience, and no other councillors of course would agree, that the sense of belonging that these clubs...
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor
Move for an
Collier.
extension.
Second.
It has been moved for an extension by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Strunk. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. Ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. So these clubs and club houses and halls that we have house the organisations that are powered by volunteers, create an amazing sense of community, whether they be community organisations like Meals on Wheels, community centres who provide drop-in services and homelessness services and youth work services, and domestic violence services, or whether they're footy clubs, rugby league clubs, soccer clubs, AFL clubs. They in their own ways are all patches in that amazing patchwork quilt of community we have right around Brisbane. And in this lot, there's 6 in my area: Brighton Bulldogs Soccer Club, Aspley Little A's, who are finally seeing some work on lighting and irrigation down at Bowden Park, a great outcome there, potentially producing Olympians of 2032. We're right in that sweet spot now, 8 years out, and some amazing young people doing athletics down there. Aspley Leagues Club at Zilmere, Guides Queensland and Sandgate, North East Community Support Group, Zilmere, otherwise known as the Zilmere Community Centre, and the Scout Association in Boondall and also over in Aspley as well. So yeah, definitely supporting this item on this side of the chamber. I hope, and I know they have requested this and are going through the process. The Brighton Bulldogs, I certainly hope they're getting, will be getting a longer lease. They have some grand plans down there, and they certainly deserve it from the Lord Mayor, given that was the one and only location the Lord Mayor paraded his disgraced candidate, Brock Alexander, around after he's the Lord Mayor's representative, the criminal, the convicted criminal that the LNP was running.
Councillor Cassidy, come back to the... Councillors, Councillor Murphy.
I know Councillor Murphy's particularly upset, given he was on the selection panel, I believe, and I know why he's upset. I know why he's upset about this. But I'm
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy.
Never letting you forget that one, Councillor Murphy and Lord Mayor.
Come back to clause F, please.
Yeah,
I'm
not going to take it from Lord Mayor because it's all on you. He was the Lord Mayor's representative.
That's true.
I won't let Councillor Murphy have to take the rap on all of that one. But we would definitely be supporting clause F today.
Further speakers, Councillor Atwood. Councillor Atwood. Councillor Atwood, can you put your microphone on? Thank you.
Oh, yep, good. Thank you. I rise to speak on item F, the lease of council land, and in particular 2 of the incredible organisations in the Doughboy Ward, the Belmont Services Bowls Club and the Hemmant Scout Group. Before us today is a long list of lease renewals, all of which exist because of the thousands of hours our local residents give up to ensure they are a success and help create opportunities for others to connect, learn and or get active in our communities. But as I mentioned, I wanted to highlight the incredible work the Belmont Services Bowls Club and the Hemmant Scout Group are undertaking. Like many of our bowls clubs right across our city, the Belmont Services Bowls Club have had their challenges: an ageing membership, lack of volunteers, and bowls as a sport is not the craze right now like it once was. I understand pickleball, cycling and golf is stealing all of their members. But this year, they have had a new committee and they are doing an incredible job at getting the community more involved and more activated through Barefoot Bowls nights, Barefoot Bowls staff parties, boutique beers on tap, and also they are so busy right now hosting Christmas parties for all of our local community groups. It's honestly the epicentre of Doughboy Ward. But as I mentioned, this wouldn't be possible without the incredible work all of the volunteers do. So thank you, and I look forward to going to a number of Christmas lunches down there, and I look forward to continuing to help and support them over the coming years. I also just wanted to mention the Hemmant Scout Hall. They were one of the busiest scout groups under the stewardship of Paul Conti, who unfortunately passed from this life far too early. The club went through their hiccups over the years trying to find their feet, but it's terrific to now have the Scout Group up and running again. It's a great little spot down there in Hemmant. They've got a big open space around it and they work really well with the neighbouring Gumdale and Belmont Scout groups to activate it. So it's terrific to have these 2 renewed today. But in wrap up, I just wanted to thank each and every one of our volunteers right across our city who activated these centres. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I too I too rise to speak on items A and items F, and I'll just say, Councillor Cassidy, there were some very interesting statements. There must be a new person doing the minutes at the Audit Committee, yeah, it will now. But there is one...
Through the Chair, Councillor Johnson too.
Yes, thank you. There is one statement that regularly appears now, which is the committee requested and was satisfactorily provided with clarification of. Now, that's in there a few times, of whichever issue. I'm amazed. So the Audit Committee report just agree with Council all the time. Yep. I had no idea that they were such agreeable people. That's not been my experience of auditors generally in their professional roles. Generally, auditors ask a lot of questions and then require changes. So I'm just wondering why we've got such a tame audit committee that they're very happy with whatever information they're given by Brisbane City Council. Clearly, of course, we know that they are ineffective, and I'm sorry I have to say this, but the amount of major project blowouts, the amount of cost overruns, the poor scoping of projects, the frauds that have happened, the Audit Committee doesn't see any of this. They don't seem to question waste either, like $147,000 on a party for the Brisbane Metro, despite the fact that there's a very interesting report apparently that we can't see. So I'm certain there'll be file requests going in all over the place for that one. But I want to turn my attention to item F. And for 16 years, I've been working with local community groups in my wards, and one of the most problematic things Council does is failing to support them in their activities, either through resources to support building works when necessary, or new sites when necessary, and generally it is down to the grants program to fund any upgrades that they may need. And an example of that would be the Graceful Croquet Club. 55 elderly members, ranging from mid-50s to early 90s. Council required them to undertake structural and foundation works to their over 100-year-old hall. Council did not do this work for them. Council made them get a grant, Council made them fix it, and, you know, they did their very best. But this is the kind of support that Council should be providing to clubs right around Brisbane. The $200,000 grants, which haven't changed in years and years, barely cover Council's expenses from a town planning point of view. If you have to do any major work and you require a DA, by the time you get all your reports, all the technical documentation and all of the required materials, you've chewed through pretty much the amount of money that Brisbane City Council has given you. So there are real problems with the way that Council administers its community facilities. I know the officers mean well, but they are not getting support from Councillor Howard and the Lord Mayor to properly fund and resource community facilities. And leasing is one of the most problematic areas in our council. So the report before us today says we were consulted about this, and I did ring the divisional manager, who is ill, to find out when we were consulted, because I'm not sure we were consulted. So perhaps the Lord Mayor can tell us the date that I and other councillors were consulted about this, because I certainly wasn't aware that they were coming until the papers were provided to us. And I particularly want to note some problematic information in here, and I would seek some clarification about why these things have not been done or why they have been done. Firstly, the South Rugby Union Club, they have a lease until 2031. That's still 7 years away. So why is Council now entering into negotiations with South Rugby Union Club at Yeronga Memorial Park when their lease was only signed off less than 3 years ago? So that's my first question. I've not been consulted about this. I don't know why this is being done. And I definitely have not been consulted about it. The second one, which I am aware of, is the Oxley United Soccer Club. Their lease expired almost 1 year ago and has not yet been renewed by Council. Why not? This is letting down our local community groups when leases cannot be renewed on a timely basis. And it demonstrates this council's lack of commitment to the groups.
Your time has expired. Councillors, if you have conversations, they're a little bit loud. Please, if you can keep them low or take them outside. Further speakers. Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item F as well. And as previously mentioned by the Lord Mayor and Councillor Atwood, this resolution allows officers to negotiate lease renewals directly with the lessees that are in this attachment, and I'm proud to say that there are close to a dozen lessees in this attachment that are in Marchant Ward. In fact, there's 11. Many of whom I've worked with quite closely over the past year. And what this resolution will do is allow these clubs to continue delivering football, cricket, or even pre-17th century education to local families without having to go through a lengthy tender process. Now, this is important for a number of reasons, and this has been mentioned, but I will cover off a couple of extra things. It frees up the volunteers to focus on their core business, what they're meant to do, which is delivering these sorts of activities for our kids and for our broader community. Secondly, from our perspective, it reduces red tape and it empowers our officers to work directly with clubs and organisations directly to support them across the city. And thirdly, and probably most critically, it provides certainty to so many of these clubs for the future, and that enables them to go through, I guess, the planning process to enhance their facilities and to continue to be stewards of these grounds or the facilities which they occupy. It also means that they can plan for future events and come up with ideas to derive further income that supports them to continue to do what they do best. So I've got lots of examples of this, one of which is the Gibson Park Committee, who looks after the Gibson Park, and they have two main plans underway at the moment. One is to install LED lights to replace their halogen lights, which we're proudly supporting them to fund. But they had to seek funding from other sources, and that includes the state government as well as Cricket Australia. And to be able to get that funding and that commitment from those other sources, they need to have that certainty of that sort of continued lease. So that's important for them. The other project is a water reticulation project, which is really interesting and probably certainly out of my expertise, but it's a way that they're able to look after the park, look after the grounds and lessen the cost burden on the clubs. So the clubs can spend money on their kids and on providing sport to our community. So it's more kids playing sport, more families connecting with each other, and just more things to see and do in our great city. There are other examples that I could mention, but I won't take up the time. I will just say that on this list, beyond Marchant Ward, there were lots of scout groups that are included. And I just think that what scouts do are incredible. They run on such little money. They have incredible volunteers that are so committed to the cause and so committed to giving kids opportunity and showing them the importance of being of service in our community. A great example of that for me locally is, of course, the Wilston Scout Group. Councillor Wines and I have worked closely with them. They put on a sausage sizzle and a community day in July when we had those Grange fires, and there were 3 homes lost in our community, and they rallied, they raised a lot of money, and they really showed us what they're made of, and they really made our community proud. So they're heading to the Jamboree in Maryborough in January, which is great, and even most recently for our Halloween festival, they had a sausage sizzle to raise money to send kids to that Jamboree. So with that, I'll just commend item F to the Chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Just on item A, I was quite interested in some of the comments that were made in the Audit Committee. One that sort of stood out for me, as well as, of course, the opposition leader, of course, was the Brisbane Metro, and what the committee. Yes, yeah, exactly. The Brisbane Metro, and I'm calling it a bit of a debacle. Actually, it's my word, not theirs, of course. But and about the review, that will be very interesting to know. I would have loved to have been the fly on the wall in that room that day, because they had obviously concerns and the potential. And they also wanted to know what the lessons learned were going to be, right, from the launch. Yeah, as I say, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall. Now, I won't speak much more on that because we only got 5 minutes nowadays. Okay, so the other interesting, I had some questions myself in regards to what the committee may or may not have asked, right? And that because the report doesn't give the committee response to information provided. There's just no response, you know. When were the, and again, there was no mention about follow-up questions or anything like that that the committee may have had about the report and the presentation. What were the forecasted cash positions? You know, what were the forecasted cash position of the council at this particular point in time? And what were the working capital requirements for the rest of the year? Of course, we don't know that. Because that's not provided in the report. So again, once again, the audit committee doesn't really give you much information, but there was a few nuggets there this time round, and we'll just maybe they're going to improve the minutes and what actually is contained in them. If we move on to clause F. Like many of the councillors here, we have some really great groups out there that do terrific jobs that have leases on facilities, land and facilities in our wards. And I would hope that every one of you across the aisle here would stand up and talk about a couple of those, like I am going to do now for the time left. And the Darra Oxley Pony Club is a great club that's been going for well over 40 years now, I think it is. The former Premier actually had her 18th birthday there in the clubhouse all those years ago, and she speaks fondly of that party because that was a big event in her life, I'm sure, as it would be in many of the others. The Inala Darts Club, again, this club really punches above their weight. They really do some terrific job. We've shaken a bit of money loose, and we're going to be able to actually seal their, somewhat seal their car park, which they use on a regular basis 2 or 3 times a week. And the degradation that's happened over the years, and they really deserve to have that car park looked after, and because they do a magnificent job in looking after the clubhouse. The Inala Community House, our premier NGO in the area, they have 3 or 4 different buildings and sites in my ward, council sites, including their head office, and they probably have the biggest budget actually of all of our NGOs right across the ward, because they do some terrific job in a lot of areas of need in my ward. And of course, Kyabra Community Centre, which took over the lease of the old Richland State School some years ago, and they've really been doing a terrific job helping a lot of families in the area, and not just in my ward, but outside of my ward as well. They really do a terrific job, and I know they do somewhat the same job, of course, over in the Kellenvale ward as well. The toy library underneath the community centre has virtually actually just taken over the whole space underneath the community centre that Kyabra have under lease, and they are really happy with the amount of families that are coming through that toy library, because it works well in with what they do up top, upstairs, and with those families, and trying to give that, especially the cultural-based communities that they look after.
Time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Howard.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak briefly on item F of the E&C report, which relates, of course, to the lease of council land to community organisations. There's been some discussion during the debate about consultation. Well, Madam Chair, we can't consult until this goes through council. That's the whole purpose of the exemption. And I would also like to point out...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chair, if this is incorrect in the council report, then it's a significant issue for you as the Chair of Council. But in item F, paragraph 47 says, local councillors have been informed of the intention to apply the exemption and continue lease negotiations with the relevant organisations in their ward. So if that is not true, can you please ensure that the record is corrected, or perhaps Councillor Howard needs to adjust what she's saying? But it's a genuine question I have because we were told we were consulted.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And in fact, I was just trying to do that, but of course I was interrupted, which seems to be a common practice. Madam Chair, the actual wording says local councillors have been informed of council's intention to apply the exception and continue lease negotiations with the relevant organisations within their ward. Madam Chair, I would suggest there's no better way to indicate council's intention to do something than by putting it on the council agenda, which is exactly what has happened today. This E&C item allows...
One moment, please, Councillor Howard, if you can just... Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Griffiths. Yes, and I caution you on calling out. That is inappropriate. Councillor Griffiths, I am not debating this with you. If you've got anything further, you can get up next and speak.
So, point of order.
We are here now to actually debate and decide in the chamber on this report. That's what we're doing. Do not call out.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnson, point of order.
Madam Chair, Councillor Howard has just told us that on Thursday evening, when we were provided with these papers, that false information was given to all councillors because we were told we had been informed when the papers were released. Clearly, as Councillor Howard has said, we were not informed. So, Madam Chairman, why are we being provided with false information in the council papers? And how can we rely on the council papers if they contain false information? What are you going to do about this?
I did not hear Councillor Howard say that, and we are currently in debate and deciding on those minutes and whether they are correct, etc. And Councillor Howard is on her feet having her turn. You have already spoken.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Madam Chairman, we are not deciding whether or not the information in the report is correct, as you've just stated. We have to vote for or against something, and the presumption is that councillors are provided with truthful and accurate information. Now, Councillor Howard has just said the statement in here was not. So, Madam Chairman, it is your obligation under the meeting's local law to determine whether or not that is acceptable to council, and if it is appropriate that false information is published to us, to the public, can you please advise why that is acceptable under the meeting's local law?
Councillor Johnson. Councillor Howard did not say that. I am listening carefully, and I suggest that you listen carefully as well. So I do not uphold that point of order. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and perhaps the opposition should listen to their leader because he understood exactly what was happening here and described exactly what we're doing. This is a legislative mechanism which allows council to keep our fantastic local community organisations at their homes in their suburbs and allows us to renegotiate the leases as required. This item before us is purely to pass the exemptions to then allow us to talk to the councillors about the organisations in their area. So, Madam Chair, it's good for the clubs, it's good for the residents, and we know how much our councillors do work with their local community. So there are many good news stories behind this lease exemption list. We've heard some of them in the chamber today. It's a shame that politics gets played by a certain councillor, but this comes every year. Every year we have the same councillor spreading mistruths. In August, a long-term council lease with Brothers Rugby League came before council. This was motivated largely by their exciting long-term vision for the space, which was presented to the community in their master plan. So, Madam Chair, long-term leases such as this take time to develop, and this historic lease arrangement wouldn't have been possible without a lease exemption. So what we are voting on here today is to pass the exemptions to allow us to continue to talk to local councillors about their community organisations, and I commend item F to the chamber.
Further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, thank you to the councillors that spoke on those items. Particularly thank you to Councillor Cassidy for his commentary on the Audit Committee and Brisbane Metro. Look, he continues to not see the light when it comes to the fantastic and successful Brisbane Metro project that's already had its successful preview, he just wants people to see this project as not being successful or being some kind of, I think Councillor Strunk used the term, but let's talk about how this project compares with other public transport projects, because it's relevant. Because we've heard not a single bit of criticism about the Cross River Rail project. But the reality is we know that Metro delivers far more benefits than the Cross River Rail project for far less money. Absolutely. And the business case made that clear right from the beginning. But let's just, for comparison's sake, talk about Cross River Rail for a second. A project that was first announced in 2010. 2010, 14 years ago. And is it finished yet? And in fact, there's no sign it's going to be finished anytime soon.
Lord Mayor, just one moment.
Now, the latest version of the Cross River Rail project kicked off in 2017. Is it finished yet? No. And in fact, it won't be finished next year, and the best we've been told is it'll be finished in 2026.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Will the Lord Mayor take a question? Yes. Lord Mayor, are you aware when the extra train services that were promised with Cross River Rail will arrive on the City train network?
Well, that's
Point
a
of
good
order,
question.
Madam Chair.
That's a really good question.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Collier.
Yes, Madam Chairman. The meeting's local law restrict the Lord Mayor's answers to matters relating to Brisbane City Council. Trains are a state government responsibility and therefore outside of the Lord Mayor's area of responsibility under the meeting's local law.
Madam Chair, I think this is classic regime behaviour we're seeing from Councillor Johnston, trying to shut down discussion, shut down debate.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If you can come back to the report, please.
So, I was providing a comparison between Brisbane Metro and Cross River Rail, which is very relevant to the discussion, because Councillor Cassidy thought the Metro was very relevant. Okay, so the reality is Cross River Rail started construction in 2017. Brisbane Metro was, I think it was 2020? Okay. Cross River Rail is still not finished and there's no sign it'll be finished anytime soon. And what's the budget for Cross River Rail? Well, it started off at about $4 billion. It is now $7.8 billion and counting. And we're not finished yet. They're not finished yet. But the good news...
one moment, Lord Mayor.
Now, Councillor Cassidy is asking about length of tunnels here.
One moment, Lord Mayor. All councillors, stop calling out, please. And Lord Mayor, can you please sum up item A and F?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Metro was the source of a lot of discussion, and Councillor Cassidy was trying to say that it was somehow a poor project or poorly managed project. I'm talking about a really poorly managed project here, which is very relevant. And so the budget for Cross River Rail is $7.8 billion, but that doesn't include any trains. What does it cost to buy the trains for Cross River Rail?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
$9.5 billion. $9.5 billion.
Lord Mayor. Councillors.
Madam Chair, the Lord Mayor is ignoring your direction to come back to the items before us. Are you going to take action against him under the meeting's local law?
Thank you. Lord Mayor, can you please come back to the debate?
There's just one more point I need to make, which links into the debate, because you need to include the tunnel, you need to include the trains, but then you need to include the European train control system,
Point of order, Madam
which
Chair.
is relevant for running the
Lord
trains
Mayor.
through the tunnel.
Lord Mayor, back please to summing
Which costs
up.
$1.3 billion over the next 4 years.
Thank you.
And so,
point of order. Councillors, point of order, Councillor Johnston. Lord Mayor. Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, that's 4 occasions in which the Lord Mayor has 1, ignored your direction to come back to the motion, and 2, spoke over you while you were trying to get him to come back to the motion. Are you going to note his behaviour in the minutes?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. The Lord Mayor has a right of reply to what has been debated, and that is what he's replying to now. And I do ask that we finish the right of reply on item A and F, please, Lord Mayor.
Okay, so Brisbane Metro at $1.55 billion represents fantastic value for money. And in fact, the entire stage 1 of Brisbane Metro of $1.55 billion costs less than just the European train control system that is required to control the new trains through the tunnel. The tunnel, will remind you, it costs $7.8 billion and the trains cost $9.5 billion. So if anyone's counting, think about the benefits that Metro provides. The Metro provides far more benefits than Cross River Rail at a fraction of the cost and will be finished years sooner than
Lord
Cross
Mayor.
River Rail.
One moment.
And so
Councillors
I think,
Collier and Cassidy, please stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
So I think it's very clear to say that Brisbane Metro will deliver more benefits at a lower cost and be finished sooner than the other major public transport project that's going on. And so, well, Councillor Cassidy is yelling out it's a bus, but he just mentioned that it was a tunnel as well. And what about all the station upgrades that have occurred?
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. We're now
you.
going to put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Yes, it is. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 5 against and 1 abstention.
It is carried. We'll now put... Councillors, please resume your seat. We'll now put item F to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Can somebody please ask Councillor Wolfe to come back in for the next debate, and that is on B and C. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So moving on to items B and C. Okay, item B is the proposed sale of land for overdue rates. And this is something that comes through from time to time to deal with issues where we've made various attempts to make payment arrangements with property owners, and those attempts have been unsuccessful. These proposed sales will not be a surprise to the owners themselves, who have been contacted multiple times and pursued by council. But I did want to point out, though, for anyone thinking that this process doesn't yield results, I can tell you about the record when it comes to previous examples where we've taken this action. Now, since 2002, Council has proceeded with 13 different sales lists, consisting of a total of 173 properties where there's been overdue rates, and we've proceeded to go forward with a proposed sale of the property to recover the unpaid rates. In 94% of those cases, the rates have been paid and there has been no sale of the land. And so effectively moving to this point tends to prompt action, tends to prompt payment, and there's only been ever 6% of the properties that have proceeded to sale at auction. Now, one of those 6% has been home at Kangaroo Point, on the top of the Kangaroo Point Cliffs, who you will all be familiar with, that property. That property was obviously in a very perilous state. It was an amazing heritage listed property, well, it still is an amazing heritage listed property. There were unpaid rates, but the building was unfortunately falling into disrepair. And because of council's action to put this property on the market and recover, I think it was a couple of $100,000 in unpaid rates, the home has found a new owner, the home was restored, and now is an ongoing heritage asset for the city that is protected for the future. And so that was one of the 6% of properties that did go to sale. But the vast majority, 94%, don't ever go to sale because the owner of the property ends up paying the overdue rates. Now, there's a fairness issue here and an equity issue here, because as councillors, one of the things that you'll hear when people call you up or talk to you and they ask for something to happen is they'll say, I pay my rates and I expect this to happen. But you know what? There's a few people who don't pay their rates, and that's unfair on everyone else. And so by taking this action, we can ensure that those overdue rates are recovered, which supports the work that we do in providing services and projects for the people of Brisbane. And so I also just wanted to point out that in the most recent sales list, which was in June this year, so relatively recently, we had 9 properties listed for potential sale. Every single one of the 9 property owners paid up, every single one of them. So there were no sales that occurred in the most recent occasion. And obviously, I hope the same thing is the case in this list of properties going forward. Item C is the qualified state interest amendment for local heritage. We know that Brisbane residents value our city's heritage. We value our city's heritage. We don't want to lose it. The tin and timber Queensland homes set in leafy green streets, low-density suburbs, are special features of Brisbane which must endure even as we grow. Local heritage places included in the proposed amendment have been identified through the neighbourhood planning process and research, as well as through nominations by the community. And the listings in this amendment package represent a wide range of buildings, structures, landscape and elements of our past that are special to Brisbane and we want to see protected for the future. From a mid-century church to an early 1880s horse stable and a post-World War II commercial building, there's a range of structures and buildings included in this, and also early infrastructure associated with Brisbane's tramway network too. We undertook public consultation on this earlier this year. We received 275 submissions. In response to these submissions, it is proposed not to proceed with the heritage protection of 10 places. And you'll be familiar with the bit of discussion that occurred where the majority of these submissions came from around the Maruka War Workers Estate. And so you'll recall that there were some war workers' homes identified in Maruka that the council team thought would be worth protecting to a higher level. But obviously there was a lot of feedback and pushback from the community in that respect, and we do listen to that feedback, and so we'll not be proceeding with the heritage overlay on these properties. And basically the concern was that in a housing market which has been growing in price rapidly in recent years, that these were actually affordable homes, but people moving into these affordable homes did appreciate the opportunity to modify those homes in various ways, and they were concerned that this heritage overlay would prevent them from modifying the homes. And so in this case, we assessed those submissions and the feedback, and we ended up agreeing with that concern. And so while we're making many improvements in relation to the heritage listings here and notifications, we are excluding those Maruka War workers' cottages, and we thank the community for their feedback on that. Going forward, we'll send the proposed amendments to the state government for consideration, and once approved or amended by the state, then we'll make our final decision on adopting these heritage amendments. So there's one more, well, potentially one or two more steps in the process from here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on both these items before us today. First of all, the Clause B, the sale of land for overdue rates. We support this item today and working on the assumption, and that has been the case in the past, that the council staff that have been working through this item and bringing it today and having, through the rates team, extensive contact with the affected owners of these properties, have taken all that due diligence regarding the list of land to be sold, and we certainly hope that the process was approached with sensitivity and empathy as required. We understand that there has been an exhaustive process for the houses and parcels of land of which are on the list here today, and there has in the past been instances where simple misunderstandings have prevented the sale altogether, where the parties involved, as in council and the owners, have been able to reach that agreement in terms of payment of rates. And I note there have been in the years that I've served in here with Councillor Strunk instances where there's been language barriers as well, and once interpreters and people who could understand and explain the situation to those people, that an arrangement could be made and the house sale could be avoided. So I understand this is a formal process, and now that the next stage is engaged, I'm sure local councillors and council officers will be working with people who are affected in their communities to reach that agreement. And hopefully, like as the Lord Mayor said in the last round, which came through pretty recently, more recently, and these are happening closer and closer together than I've experienced in nearly a decade that I've been in here, they can reach that agreement before those properties are sold. It is worrying, and it's a worrying trend that we're seeing more and more of these, given the cost of living crisis and the precarious position that a lot of people are finding themselves in, and we worry that these sales or threat of sales become more common. You know, I had someone who was receiving a rates remission because they're a young person on a pension, not an age pensioner, but a young person receiving a payment, received the rates remission, but still was unable to meet their quarterly bill just recently. Rang the call centre and was told they were ineligible for a payment plan given they received the 40% discount on their rates, and were just simply unable to pay them. This person is right on the edge of being able to live in their own home at the moment. So I'm sure we all know examples like that. I'm sure there's people that come through our ward offices all the time with those sort of harrowing stories. And we also, you know, you have other concerns as well, particularly with the pensioner tax that the Lord Mayor is putting on paper bills, particularly targeted people who unfairly targeted people who are unable to receive their bills in any other way. More people missing those rates bills. And it's not just about missing a few and then getting to the point where a house has to be sold, of course, but we know that older people are particularly anxious about having to pay an extra fee on their rates just to get their rates in the mail as well. And overdue notices, I guess this is a good question, which you know only start to think about when you start to think about overdue notices. They incur the same cost as a rates bill going out to people, will the LNP be charging people the extra $1.92 for overdue rates notices as well? And people like that lady who came to my ward office who will receive an overdue rates notice and then a final notice as well, they will be stung more and more and more as well because of the political decisions of this LNP regime, unfortunately. If you don't pay your rates within 28 days, Brisbane City Council charges interest on unpaid rates at a rate of 12.35% per annum, which is compounded daily. Compounded daily for the 2024-25 financial year. Another increase in costs that the Lord Mayor didn't talk about when he delivered his budget, of course. An interesting stat to consider when the Lord Mayor says it's very easy for older people to receive rates in the mail. When the Lord Mayor says it's very easy for pensioners and people who are not digital natives, as we call them, to receive rates via email, Australians send and receive 8.1 billion emails every day. In Australia, 8.1 billion emails are sent and received every single day. It's a very high chance that multiple rates notices could go unnoticed amongst the spam that people receive these days. And I'm sure the Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham will be rubbing their hands together at the thought of getting more income from poor and unsuspecting people in Brisbane when it comes to their rates bills. Clause C, I'll leave most of the comments from our team to Councillor Griffiths on this, who has a lived experience of the majority of properties who are included in this item here today. And as we know, the removal of the proposed local heritage area subcategory, including 182 properties in the Maruka War Workers Housing Estate, being removed from the heritage overlay mapping that they were proposed to be part of. And I know Councillor Griffiths has been working tirelessly within the community on this issue. It proved complex and contentious, obviously, out that way when the full ramifications of what was proposed became evident. And I remember attending a very big public meeting about the neighbourhood plan, which we'll talk about soon, and this did certainly come up with people who were affected there, and I heard some of those concerns from those people that day, and I know before that meeting and in the years, it's been years after that meeting, Councillor Griffiths held other public meetings, visited locals in their homes and discussed these issues at length. I'm not sure that the Lord Mayor or Councillor Allen did any of that. I don't know, maybe they did. But it would be a real shame if they didn't. They all often, meeting after meeting, like to stand up and here complain and blame and belittle Councillor Griffiths at every opportunity, but it's pretty clear through this process that he understands his community a lot better than the LNP do. Yep, and it was loud and clear that residents in this specific area, in these 182 homes, area Maruka, wanted to be able to maintain and renovate their homes without the tougher protections that come with those heritage overlays, protecting something that ultimately, and we now accept, were protected from demolition anyway through the traditional building character overlay. So the changes in Clause C also mean council's not proceeding with the removal of properties at Coorparoo, Capera, Moggill, Salisbury and Toowong from the traditional building character overlay as well. We understand and accept, of course, the Maruka situation. However, given the LNP seems to now have given up entirely on the Heritage Advisory Committee.
Yeah, when's that meeting next?
It's not been reconvened, and Councillor Allen just said, just wait and see. And it's now been how many months since the council election? Over 6 months, 7 months since the council election now, and that was the excuse of not reconvening it. Maybe we won't see any more of these items come through, whether they're recommending places go on or off the heritage register, heritage overlay map rather, given that the Heritage Advisory Committee doesn't seem to exist anymore. But either way, we will be supporting both of these items today.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The meeting will adjourn when all councillors have left the chamber. Councillors, continuing with Clause B and C Further speakers. Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item C, the Qualified State Interest Amendment Local Heritage. From churches and workers' cottages, Queenslanders and traditional corner stores to Californian bungalows and pre-Federation houses, Brisbane heritage and character buildings reflect the best of Australian architecture and our city's local history. Local heritage places are protected by Council's legislative framework to control demolition, removal and development in accordance with the provisions in our city plan and retain the unique traditional buildings character of Brisbane. As the Lord Mayor has said, this amendment package proposes the protection of the suggested local heritage places identified through the neighbourhood planning research, as well as through nominations by the community. Early this year, we undertook public consultation and received 275 submissions. Of the submissions received, there were submissions in support, those that opposed the protections, and some regarding out-of-scope matters. However, the most common matters raised included social impacts, impact on housing, property maintenance and approvals, and economic impacts, including valuations. Madam Chair, I can confirm that we have listened to both the community and our homeowners regarding their submissions. And as a result, it is proposed not to proceed with 10 of the properties. This includes several properties that are within my own ward in Walter Taylor, including Archer Street, Toowong, Highland Terrace, St Lucia. And in both examples, additional information was provided during the consultation period, including the previous historical occupancy as well as current development approvals over one of those properties. Additionally, we will also not be proceeding with the protection of the Maruka War Workers Estate. We made it very clear in this chamber that if there was overwhelming support by those residents, we would not proceed with that protection. Earlier this year, we asked the owners of the 181 homes for their feedback on the draft Local Heritage Amendment, and 78% of the local residents opposed the idea. As such, Councillor Allen wrote to the residents in July advising them of our position, and subsequently the TLPI in place for the Maruka War Workers Estate was lapsed. Madam Chair, it's important to note that there is a need to continue to protect the character of our local neighbourhoods. However, this needs to be balanced carefully with the need to ensure our city can grow and housing is available for all residents. Madam Chair, I commend this to the chamber. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item C, the amendment to Brisbane City Plan 2014, and in particular local heritage. Just want to, and Councillor Cassidy's already said it, we'll be supporting this, this going to the state. What we'll see in particular for the war workers' homes at Maruka is the TLPI removed, that they will remain character and none of them will go to heritage. This is a great relief for many residents who felt very stressed, uncertain and even angry about the proposed changes put forward by Council and our Heritage Committee. In particular, this process has now been going on for up to 5 years as part of the Maruka-Salisbury-Nathan Plan, which is an incredibly long time for residents and has been an incredibly stressful time for residents. I do want to acknowledge the residents down at the War Workers' Homes and their Residents Action Group, and in particular Brian Luckins, who I have been working with. They've been doing meetings, a lot of signage, media, radio, social media, but what was of particular significance and what worked very well was A Current Affair and ABC National. And it seems that sometimes in this echo chamber, getting outside attention is the only way you can nudge or move this LNP majority into doing something. And that certainly And I have found over the years a current affair and national coverage is a very effective way to shine a light on what's happening in Brisbane City and to show some of the unfairness in this chamber. Of course, some residents will not be happy with some of the outcomes here in relation to character and heritage, and I am disappointed for those residents because there is a big impost in moving a home from character to heritage. And what I don't know if many councillors in here will realise, but is if you make a property heritage, you also then impact the adjoining properties with what they can do as well. So there's a significant impact in terms of putting heritage on homes. I just want to put for the record, and I note the Councillor Wolf, said that that the chairperson wrote to people in July. Well, I wrote to him in July asking for a briefing and an update. I'll table that here. There was no response. There wasn't a courtesy of a response. There was no response. Nothing happens. So I just want to put that on the record. I also did request a briefing on this issue on Friday afternoon. So last week I was told you can have a meeting on Friday about these planning issues coming to council, only on Friday. We had a meeting Friday afternoon. At that meeting I was told by staff, one, you can't have the documents that we're talking about that has been prepared for your briefing, but two, that also, we're not giving you a briefing on the war workers' homes or the heritage things. So I asked for a briefing, didn't receive one yesterday, and I did speak to a director today and asked for a briefing. 10 minutes before the council meeting, I was told I could have one. I just want to say that is very poor performance by the administration in terms of the council administration. It's not their job to be political. It's their job to work for us in doing our roles effectively. That certainly didn't happen in this case. I wonder if Councillor Wolf got a briefing on the homes impacted in Toowong. I suspect she did. So I find it extremely disappointing that our staff seem to think they're working for the LNP and not for the residents of Brisbane. And I find it extremely disturbing for the city and for me, as someone who has to go through an election and it's hard work, that I can't do my job effectively when I'm not given information from the staff. This is a huge win for the Moorooka community. I'm really happy to have supported the Moorooka community. I'm really happy to support those residents, and it's a great outcome. Thank you.
Further speakers? We'll now put item B and C to the vote. Councillor Strunk. I did ask if there were further speakers and nobody got up, but Councillor Strunk, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item B, right? Because I've got two properties that are moving to repossession or to be sold up, I should say, not repossession. And looking through and I won't mention any names or addresses because I don't want to obviously do publicly because there are people watching here. But just looking at the timeline and the story on two of these, which are quite, one goes back to 2007, the first in debt, and the other one is 2014. They're sizable debts, as you can probably imagine. One's almost 25,000, and the other one's a bit over 15,000. So you can imagine that's quite a number of quarters of rates that haven't been paid for. And when I was looking through the story, because they do give a reasonable history of what has transpired and what council's been doing to try to rectify the non-collection of rates. It occurred to me that especially the one going back to 2007, that all we did was, if they couldn't really afford it, say by 2010, and it just kept mounting up and mounting up, mounting up, they're never going to be able to afford it. If they couldn't afford it then, 10 years later, in some cases, the one in 2007, that's almost 17, 18 years ago. So I was a little bit taken aback because I never had one like this come before the chamber that was in my ward, and now I've got two. And I don't know. I know we got to follow a process, right? We're probably legislated process that we've got to make sure that we cross all the T's and dot all the I's, because we're dealing with courts and things like that as well. But gosh, you'd think that there's got to be a quicker way, a slightly quicker way of doing this, because with one that's got a debt of almost a bit over almost $25,000, I don't know if anyone could just go to your bank account and just pull that out, and you'd probably have to take out another loan, and who knows what that situation would be. So I would think that both of these are probably going to end up being sold to reclaim those rates, and it's really sad to see, because we know how tough it is to buy a house, because things can happen in your life. You can lose a partner or something like that, and it really impacts on the finances of the household. And I just wanted to I don't know, just put out a few thoughts in that respect. I understand why council has to do this, and that's why we're voting for it. But it's just sad to sort of see that happen for these two particular families, and it saddens me to think that they're going to probably lose their house in the in the next few months or whatever. Thank you, Chair.
Any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly on item B and C. Just with respect to item B, this is always a very difficult position, and one of the issues when false information is put into this report is it makes you doubt what else is actually correct in here as well. So we only have council's word for this in terms of those people whose rates are overdue. I hope that information is correct. But I just wanted to say very briefly, well done to Councillor Steve Griffiths. This has been a very lengthy and difficult issue, and I've spoken to the residents who came and met with me as well. He has handled this difficult issue very well, particularly given he's been undermined by the LNP planning chairs, multiple chairs I think, the whole way through. Council originally proposed this change, and this is part of the problem. We are criticised as councillors if we support what the council officers say. If you disagree with them, as the Lord Mayor regularly does, you are criticised for doing so. So Councillor Griffiths, in good faith, supported this issue when it first came to the chamber. It's he more than anyone that has done the hard work with the residents to resolve this issue. And unfortunately, it is the LNP's process that Councillor Wolfe would have no idea about, because she is new in this place, that has caused them pain. It was clear from their petitions, from their speeches to council, that 2 or 3 years ago they did not support this change. Instead of taking that advice on board, council made them wait for about a year and told them the only way that they would change this was for them to put in a formal submission through the neighbourhood planning process. And now it's taken another year since that to make a change that was absolutely obvious to everybody, should not have been made very early on in the process. So it is in fact the LNP who have caused greater pain and distress to these residents whose lives are upended, who've been unable to do a lot of work on their homes. And it's been a good effort by Councillor Griffiths to listen to these residents, to assist them to undertake this process, and it is a great shame that the LNP did not listen to him and to local residents earlier.
Further speakers? No further speakers. We'll now put the items B and C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has
Second.
been called by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour and 1 abstention.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors will now move to item D. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item D before us today is the Nathan Salisbury Maruka Neighbourhood Plan. And one thing we do all agree on is this took way longer than it had to take, but that was not for it sitting on our desk, but sitting at the other end of George Street. It was recognised as an area that we needed to it was recognised as a rapidly growing area of Brisbane, also running along the Cross River Rail line with many areas of industrial opportunity as well, and a main road that probably could be converted out of what had long been large blocks of the Maruka Magic Mile, which most people know, that we could also see what the potential was there to make sure we could provide homes for our residents of the future. It encourages more businesses, shops, services, all that will lead to increased job opportunities. There is a vibrant local economy down there, and we want to preserve that, the unique character and suburban character, but also make sure opportunities are there for different diverse housing options as well. There are 5 new precincts. I really having an issue today reading, and several sub-precincts, with the Magic Mile precinct, as I mentioned, a key focus for employment and residential renewal. We undertook public consultation, including talk to planner sessions, emails, letters, landowners and signage, call flutes on display with the neighbourhood plan area. There was over 170 submissions that were actually received, including support for increased density and building heights in well-located areas close to transport corridors and public transport, something we've been hearing for many, many years in this place. There is also support for the redevelopment of the Magic Mile precinct and a range of site-specific submissions. As a result of these submissions, Council has made several changes to the draft neighbourhood plan, including updating several zoning boundaries across sites whereby development has already occurred, minimising duplication of existing planning scheme provisions, reflecting new planning information and clarifying assessment benchmarks. A consultation report has been prepared and included in today's documents that summarises Council's response to all of the community feedback. The draft plan proposes to maintain the area's unique suburban identity and environment while increasing housing by approximately 3,000 new dwellings, which means about an additional 5,000 residents, whilst creating almost 12,500 new jobs. We will now send the proposed amendments to State Government for consideration if approved here today, and once approved by the State, Council will make its final decision by adopting the neighbourhood plan into the City Plan. I'll leave the rest of the chambers.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item D, the major amendment to City Plan, I think the last ever neighbourhood plan.
Yeah.
Yes, and I appreciate that sentiment, and Councillor Griffiths will talk with a local perspective, obviously, on this. But this is, I do know this is the last ever neighbourhood plan, because what we do have now as a council process is precinct planning, of which, as we've discovered, there's a mixed bag. Some are have some form of consultation in them, as we were seeing with Stones Corner. Some have no community consultation, like Kurilpa, and there's some in between. But this did have a significant amount of consultation, which I'll come to. A lot of that was led by Councillor Griffiths, of course. And he has certainly, in his time in the community and in here in the council chamber, put on record his community's reservations about the process to date about the neighbourhood plan, and the incredible fight that community had to mount, supported by Councillor Griffiths, of course, in dragging council to an outcome that is acceptable to the community. And as I said before, I did attend a particularly largest public meeting about a planning issue, certainly, a neighbourhood plan that I've ever seen, out there at the Maruka Bowls Club, or the former Maruka, 400 people there at that meeting. And those people put in a lot of hard work, and I remember the message we gave to them was, don't give up, make sure you get those submissions in and fight hard for your community, because that's what it takes, people power in these instances, sometimes to get an outcome, and I'm glad to see that there has been some movement since that time all those years ago. As we have said on the record here over the last couple of years, we support more housing stock and affordable housing options coming online. Our city is in a housing crisis, and we want to see it done in a way which delivers for the community, not just yields for developers, but appropriate homes in appropriate places, supported by appropriate community infrastructure that supports that additional density. So what we know from this plan area, an additional 17,500 people will be using this area in some form, whether that is to live in or to work in. So some as residents, some as employees, an additional 17,500 people. So additional dwellings, of course, is a good thing. Brisbane's growing and we want people to have those places to live and work in. Doesn't have to, and as we've seen in this process, doesn't have to come at the loss of character housing, as was suggested in early iterations. Or a loss of green space, or with poor access to good quality public transport, or proximity to education and employment. And to quote something Councillor Griffiths said back in 2022, we need solutions, and we need to not put people into slums. And that's a key point when we're talking about these sort of plans, because just building higher density housing without associated infrastructure in built and green space and community space is not necessarily always a good outcome. When we look at greater density, we need to ensure that the community is on board and council is delivering on making sure that growth is livable growth. We see in this iteration of the neighbourhood plan coming back, there were 170 public submissions at this point made in regard to things like character, protection, transport, infrastructure and services supporting additional dwellings. We need to ensure that infrastructure is there to match here and in other places, which we'll be debating shortly too, down in Wynnum and other places like Stones Corner and Kurilpa, as I said, and all these other dots on the map that the LNP have released. That infrastructure that matches, libraries, community spaces, green spaces. As it stands today, we don't have an associated infrastructure plan to complement this neighbourhood plan, and this has been a 5-year-long process. It's still puzzling that the LNP regime... I heard the sort of excuse that the Deputy Mayor in introducing this blamed the State Government, of course, for this one, for the lack of infrastructure planning. Always got to be someone to blame on that side.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim of misrepresentation. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you. I believe the Deputy Mayor said it was stuck up at George Street or something. So someone else's fault, yeah. But we had the amendment. We had the stuck in the swamp. That's right. And we had an LGIP and an LTIP amendment come through in the last couple of weeks, and we know that's coming up again. And obviously, as this will now pass, and with the projected growth in this neighbourhood plan area, that infrastructure must be accounted for. Things like parks, things like libraries, playgrounds, bus stops, more which are fundamentally the bread and butter of councils. Basic stuff does need to be planned. Still puzzles us that you can't do that planning, even if it's indicative, alongside planning for increased density and increased growth, which gives people an idea and an understanding about how this growth occurs. It seems crazy that you do this and then just, we sort of cross our fingers and hope that council then includes that in an LGIP and an LTIP as well. But in supporting this item today, we of course redouble our calls for and efforts into delivering infrastructure for growing communities here in the Nathan Salisbury Maruka neighbourhood plan area and in suburbs right around Brisbane that are going to be the subject of increased density and increased growth, not just in inner city areas.
Further speakers. Councillor Wolfe.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item D, the Nathan Salisbury Maruka neighbourhood plan. For the benefit of the chamber, the Nathan Salisbury Maruka neighbourhood plan project commenced in August of 2019 with an initial research and background phase. Since this time, a range of consultation and engagement activities have occurred, including releasing a draft neighbourhood plan strategy, all seeking community input and to better understand the key issues that are important to the future planning of this area. The proposed neighbourhood plan will guide future development in the Nathan Salisbury Maruka area and achieves many objectives. In December of 2022, we referred the draft neighbourhood plan to the former Labor state government for the first state interest review and approval to commence consultation. Madam Chair, under the ministerial guidelines and rules, the state are to respond within 60 days of this request. But unfortunately, the former Labor state government had the package for 329 days. So if Councillor Cassidy has a complaint about the time frame for the amendment package to proceed, he should have taken this up with his former state colleagues. But, Madam Chair, not only did they hold up the neighbourhood plan for almost a year, but they also responded just mere weeks before we went into caretaker mode and before the local government election, leaving us with insufficient time to undertake the required community consultation. As such, the community consultation on the draft neighbourhood plan didn't occur until May, during which we received 170 submissions. Madam Chair, to put it into perspective, we have already received thousands of points of contact from the community when we consulted on the initial concept of the neighbourhood plan area, as well as the draft strategy back in 2019 and 2021. An overview of key matters raised during the latest consultation. They included supporting the increased density and building heights in well-located areas close to transport corridors and public transport, requests for both the protection and removal of character areas, support for redevelopment of the Magic Mile precinct, requests for residential uses to be permitted on the western side of Ipswich Road, requests for the new and improved parks protection of trees and natural areas such as the Toohey Forest and established paths along the Suburban Creek and Rocky Waterholes Creek, and site-specific submissions relating to the addition or removal from particular precincts, sub-precincts, zones, building heights and also overlays. Madam Chair, because of these submissions, a number of changes have been made to the proposed neighbourhood plan, and the consultation report has been included with the amendment package, and this report outlines the requests received during the consultation along with Council's response. Despite the time it has taken progressing this neighbourhood plan, it is a great outcome for the residents of the Nathan Salisbury Maruka, whereby more housing choice will be provided in walking distance of key public transport, shops and services. This includes providing an additional 3,000 new dwellings for an additional 5,000 residents and also creating an additional 12,500 jobs. Council will now send the proposed amendment to State Government for consideration, and once approved or amended by the State, Council will make its final decision on adopting the neighbourhood plan into the City Plan. Council undertakes both precinct and neighbourhood planning to ensure our local areas are good places to live, facilitate economic prosperity and provide a range of infrastructure and facilities required by our community. Madam Chair, I commend this item to the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I didn't call you for your misrepresentation
Thank you
earlier.
very
My
much.
apologies.
Councillor Cassidy said I blame the state for the infrastructure planning not be done. I did not. I blame the state for the amount of time it sat up there before we got it back to take it out to consultation, as was just outlined by Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
Thank you. That is not what I said. The Deputy Mayor clearly didn't listen to what I said. I was talking about infrastructure planning, but I said the Deputy Mayor claimed the state government was holding up the neighbourhood plan process.
Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the Maruka-Salisbury Nathan neighbourhood plan. This has taken 5 years and it's used all my political skills, but it's also used all my social work and communication skills in terms of working with the community to get an outcome in relation to this. I just want to raise, and it was interesting, the Deputy Mayor was having a go at the state for taking so long. Well, it was interesting through you, Madam Chair, once Council received that plan back, it has taken 7 months for Council to get it off the bureaucrats' desks and into the community. 7 months. 7 months. Anyway, and it was interesting, I've noticed both Councillor Wolfe and Councillor Adams both keep repeating a point that it's 12,500 workers that will be added to the site, added to Maruka-Salisbury Nathan. They probably got it in the written briefing that I didn't get. I got briefed on Friday. The officers were told, they were directed not to give me a copy of that briefing, which I find extremely disturbing. So we had to take notes, but we were told 15,000 people. So that was the notes we took. But once again, I don't get written briefings like the LNP councillors do. So I find that extremely disturbing and once again very political for some people in our organisation to be treated differently to other people in the organisation in relation to elected members. What I can say in relation to Nathan Salisbury Maruka neighbourhood plan is residents have really been strongly involved in it. It will see 20,000 people, as I've been told, 5,000 new residents, which I understand is 3,000 new homes. That's a lot of new homes. And 15,000 new jobs in areas where we're upzoning so it can be more education, a range of different industries that can be done in a high-rise setting. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's not a bad thing. I think it's a reasonable outcome. I think the time frame has been horrific. And that, along with the war workers' homes, has meant in my community there's been a lot of tension and a lot of unhappiness with council. But I'm pleased to say that residents have really got on board with working with me, and they have come out with Councillor Cassidy and have faced public meetings, and we have spoken to them and we've told them how to go about the process of being heard. And there has been numerous, my understanding from the officers is this has been one of the most involved neighbourhood plans they've had, with the most involved number of residents coming to meetings, of even people putting submissions in. And I know the groups I worked with, there were 5 different groups from Nathan, Salisbury, Maruka that popped up. And I went to each of those different groups' meetings and then pulled those groups together and we formed sort of an overarching group. And that group has gone for 5 years and been really strong. And now they're moving on to a new activity. They're moving on to a rewilding activity. So they're staying together in the community and really involved with me, but they're not political. They're just people who want good outcomes from this council. They want sensible outcomes and they want, they can see that yes, we've got to have change into the future for our community, but also we need to have resources and infrastructure. And that was the message they took at the last consultation was we need infrastructure to support this plan. It's not going to happen. What the officers have told me is this is the plan as it is. You get 2 extra small little pocket parks. It was going to be 3, but now it's 2 There's not going to be pocket parks where all the people are going. We're not going to fix the creek up where the people are going. We're not going to put in a new library for 20,000 extra people. There's a whole lot of infrastructure that's not going to be going in with this plan. And I remain concerned, as do my residents, that that's not good planning. That's not the way forward. That's a dumb city council. It's a dumb administration who does that. I thank the residents for all their work they've done with me. I thank them for their submissions. I think we've done a really good job in the time frame we've had, and I think we've got a reasonable outcome. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on this item for a couple of reasons. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Griffiths for his passion and commitment for the last 5 years to achieve a neighbourhood plan, which I'm really envious of, which I'll come to later. One of my first, and I have some connection with Maruka and Salisbury, right? It's really great to see that this area is really going to go ahead in leaps and bounds over the next number of years. I worked at Salisbury, Desert Road, I often thought this place is so close to the city. Why don't we have a lot more? You know, I was looking at units and units back then, of course. That's a number of years, so I won't tell you how many years ago. Anyways, so I was just chuffed to see that it's going ahead, right? I don't know much about Nathan, but certainly Salisbury and Maruka I know. As councillor since 2016, we've been asking for a neighbourhood plan out my way, and haven't been getting anywhere. And it's Ellen Grove, actually. We probably not too many across the chamber are surprised about that one. But my residents have been looking for something to do with Ellen Grove. Everyone's got all sorts of different ideas when it comes to these neighbourhood plans, and you got to listen to all views. And it's important that we take and do that consultation, all right? But it's also important that we do it in a timely way, so that we're not waiting for 5 years for something to come through fruition, because demographics change so rapidly nowadays. It's really hard to keep up, and these neighbourhood plans and hopefully this is not the last neighbourhood plan that we're going to have in this place. Because they're important. They're important to if you fail to plan, you plan to fail, and it's an old adage out of sales and management, and we just need to do more planning for these neighbourhood plans, and because our city is rapidly changing and rapidly growing, and we don't know where everyone wants to live, right? But all we can do is plan the best we can. And as we've done with this neighbourhood plan, and I'm just really happy to see that go ahead. And I can just imagine the amenity of the area is going to change greatly over the next 5 to 10 years. And I'm looking forward to driving down by Desert Road and down Ipswich Road and just seeing what's the changes that are about to come through this area. Well deserved. Thank you very much, Chair.
Any further speakers? No further speakers. We'll now put item D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 20 in favour.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, we'll now move to item E. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've also got another fast-growing area south, but a little bit more east in the Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct. And we see 400,000 people expected to move to the city. We are looking for those new opportunities, as we mentioned, with Nathan Salisbury Maruka. We've also seen suburban renewal precincts taking a lot of the focus of our detailed planning for smaller, underutilised or strategically located suburban areas to deliver plans which will really help us to get some of these outcomes on the ground and get them out there quickly as well. Wynnum CBD is the second precinct to be identified as part of the City Suburban Renewal Program and follows the closing of community consultation on the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Plan on Tuesday, November 19th. Doesn't feel like it sometimes, I know Councillor Givney, but it is actually only just 15 k's from the CBD. But it is a beloved Bayside suburb destination. It has a very distinct local identity, bustling main streets, a mix of retail, commercial, dining offerings. So we really are focusing on the area that will span from Berrima Street to Clara Street, along Tingle Road and Bay Terrace, encompassing Wynnum Central Station and the core parts of Bride Street, Charlotte Street, Florence Street and Edith Street. Located near the Wynnum foreshore and Moreton Bay Marine Park, the proposed study area is well connected to a range of recreation and housing options, convenient access to public transport and well-connected walking and cycling options. With growing interest in this high-amenity location, high-density development in the centre and the surrounding residential areas has started to occur already. And following the approval today, Council will write to the State seeking a tailored but accelerated amendment process. We do not want to see what we saw for the previous neighbourhood plan we just spoke about. So we are looking at undertaking a state interest review and public consultation concurrently so we can get moving. It is certainly our hope that the State will support this new precinct plan. They'll support it under an S18 and we'll be able to take public consultation early next year. Thank you, Madam.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on Clause E, the amendments to City Plan, seeking a Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct. As we've just discussed a couple of times today, I think, we certainly agree there is a need for high density in parts of Brisbane and parts of Brisbane that can cater for these extra people, places where there is a decent lifestyle, transport and access to services in shops. People work hard. I think that's pretty universally understood, and they should be able to enjoy where they live as well. We've certainly been calling for that. As Brisbane grows, so too does the demand for more housing with infrastructure to support it. Wynnum's a great place to live, almost as great as the northern Bayside areas of Sandgate, Deagon, Brighton and Shorncliffe, of course. But we see Wynnum, and we did see it before this item came. I'll find on the map there. Yeah, and the map that was released back in 2023, Wynnum was one of 5 zones listed for higher density residential, in August last year, August 2023, residential increases in residential development. Parts of it were listed for high density residential, some for centre, principal or major, as well, alongside areas in Chermside, Lutwyche, Indooroopilly, Upper Mount Gravatt and Carindale. We've also heard today from the Lord Mayor, he's rattled off a number of other precincts, of which Stones Corner wasn't listed on that original map that was released, and the Lord Mayor rattled off a number of other precincts today. So we're seeing the beginnings, I guess, of some of the precinct areas that had been announced, and also the beginnings of some precinct areas that hadn't been announced until they were announced as precinct areas, not with any sort of great deal of warning. And so we're seeing the beginnings of it, and beginnings of this one with scant detail about what that means. It almost seems like, I remember asking Councillor Allen and committee about the planning process around these precinct areas, and you ask on a different week, you seem to get a different answer, because I guess it was an evolving piece of work early on in that it was announced with a graphic, a map with some sort of zoning areas and icons, I guess, was put on it, but not a great deal of thought went into that, and they certainly weren't included in the two documents, the Sustainable Growth Strategy and the other one, which name is escaping me right now, but the two strategy documents around the delivery of housing, and we sort of, you find it very strange how slow sometimes this goes. Sometimes the LNP want to go very quick on something like the Kurilpa precinct area, and then very slow in rolling out the bulk of the rest of this, particularly in the context of trying to address a housing crisis. They certainly talk about it when it's convenient for them, but when it comes to delivery, what we have seen a bit too much of, I think, is that this process, the process around identifying these spots and then identifying what is going to be built in those places is led by developers and their peak body, the Property Council. That was certainly the case at Kurilpa, and the case in a lot of places that will become precincts. Not according to me, according to Councillor Allen, who's been on the record around that. A lot of those precincts will be as a result of developers coming to council with a proposal to exceed what is currently in a neighbourhood plan or in the city plan. And sure, there's a process that will occur, but being upfront and open with the people of Brisbane more generally about the plans to meet those dwelling targets, and also with the people who are affected in those areas, in those precinct areas as well. So we would love to see some more robust planning done in the view of the public when it comes to increasing density. I'm sure Councillor Givney knows what will be proposed with this project, and we'll hear from that as well. She's part of the regime, of course. We'll have the details that we don't have before us today is in the LNP, so knows what kind of density that will be proposed. But again, the overall go-slow approach and piecemeal approach here, I don't think is going to get us to a dwelling target ahead of the 2032 games, and certainly beyond in terms of a housing legacy. We're still, as mentioned, waiting for anything to happen in Kurilpa, even though that was a rush job and needed to go for 18 months now. We've been waiting. Not one single home's been built in that area. We, of course, recently supported plans in Stones Corner because of the extensive community consultation which was proposed to go alongside that, and has occurred. But God only knows how long that'll take to come to fruition in that part of the world. So yes, we do want to see some precincts where they're well located get off the ground. We need lots of solutions to the housing crisis. This is one of them, not the be-all and end-all, but one of them. But I do think the LNP need to be more open with residents, and certainly the LNP councillor down in Wynnum certainly needs to be as well. If you take a closer look at the actual item, the actual amendment to city plans before us today, it's lacking any detail whatsoever, and I understand this is seeking a tailored amendment from the state government. Not someone will get up and say that I'm stupid and don't understand these things, but I understand what's going on here today. But you don't seek a tailored amendment to the city plan to enable you to plan this precinct without having some idea of the housing targets you would like to achieve in here. So you can, again, back to the previous point on the Maruka neighbourhood plan, you can plan and you can be open and you can be transparent throughout the process, throughout the formal process, throughout seeking a formal process. You can let the sunlight in and let everyone know what your thought pattern is around achieving this density. We've got the map, tells us which streets are in that renewal precinct alongside the train station with Wynnum Central right in the middle, but that's about it. We don't know what's being proposed here for the Wynnum area beyond that. So residents, as of today, will have this passed, and council going headlong into a precinct plan in this area when residents don't know what they're getting. So we want to make sure, we want to be reassured that there will be proper consultation, but consultation on a transparent process. What is being proposed where and why, and the justification around the increased density to high density in some of these areas, and how that's going to be supported with associated infrastructure. Sure, in the Stones Corner example, there was some recently completed significant amounts of community infrastructure. Wynnum has a lot, don't get me wrong, but certainly not the same kettle of fish as we saw there. The range of options that were available in terms of range of transport options, heavy rail as well as buses, as well as having a hospital, as well as having a brand new $20, $30 million park, as well as having a library right alongside there. I know Wynnum has a lot of that, but not all of it. So I think there needs to be transparency, not a cookie-cutter approach from one precinct to the next, and the community brought along for that journey as well, because they certainly deserve it. To that end, because this is this stage of the process, and we will certainly be able to see this item come back to council once we get an understanding of what that consultation looks like. We will support this item today because, as I said at the outset, we want to see increased density where it is well located, and want to be shown by the council proposal at the next stage that this is well located and is well serviced in that community.
Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Councillor Givney is not able to be with us right now, but she's asked me to read out her speech on item E, the Wynnum CBD Urban Renewal Precinct Program. This is an exciting initiative that promises to shape the future of Wynnum's CBD, a precinct plan designed to support our growing city while revitalising one of Brisbane's Bayside gems. As we know, Brisbane is projected to welcome over 400,000 new residents by 2046. To manage this growth, the Schrinner Council has developed the Suburban Renewal Precinct Program, which identifies underutilised areas to transform into vibrant, mixed-use hubs. Wynnum CBD is the second precinct to be prioritised under this program, and it's easy to see why. This plan focuses on transforming the area between Bermina Street, sorry if I'm wrong, Clara Street, and bordered by Tingle Road and Bay Terrace. The vision for the Wynnum precinct is bold yet balanced, aiming to create a thriving hub where locals can live, work and shop. Here's what it means for our local businesses. A revitalised CBD. The precinct will foster a vibrant mixed-use destination with distinctive high streets and a wide range of shops and services. This is an opportunity for businesses to thrive in a more attractive and connected environment. Point 2, increased foot traffic. Improved connectivity between Wynnum Central Station, the CBD and the foreshore will naturally drive more visitors to our local businesses. With better transport links and landscaping, Wynnum will become a more walkable and accessible destination. Number 3, opportunities for growth. The plan encourages employment, education and service opportunities, bringing new customers and partners to the area. This growth is critical to ensure our local economy remains strong and resilient. Number 4, community involvement. Local businesses will play an integral role in shaping this vision. Public consultation starts in early 2025 and will provide a platform for businesses to share ideas, raising concerns and help to create a plan that benefits everyone. As a proud representative of this vibrant Bayside community, I am committed to ensuring that the voices of our local businesses are heard and valued throughout this process. Wynnum CBD already boasts a unique character, and this plan will build upon its strengths, ensuring it continues to thrive as a hub for commerce and community. I am a proud advocate for shopping locally and supporting our small businesses, whether it's purchasing vouchers or unique items from Wynnum's retail stores and restaurants for raffle prizes at schools, community groups or fundraising events. I always make it a priority to champion our local economy. When I walk the streets of the Wynnum CBD and chat with passionate business owners like Marley from Cedar and Pine, Holly from Cultivate Design and Karen from Jessie and the Sunny Gym, I hear the constant message, we need more people. This feedback drives my commitment to work closely with our local commerce group on initiatives aimed at attracting day visitors to the Bayside, encouraging them to experience our exceptional restaurants, cafes and boutique shops. Ultimately, however, we need more residents who live and will shop here and invest in our local community. The Wynnum CBD Precinct Plan represents a tremendous opportunity to strengthen our local business ecosystem, foster deeper community connections and secure a vibrant and sustainable future for Brisbane's Bayside. I am excited about the stakeholder engagement process starting in the new year, which will give all residents the opportunity to share their ideas and help shape this vision. This balanced, forward-thinking approach will ensure that the precinct plan reflects the needs of our community while embracing the growth and potential of our beloved Wynnum CBD. To all councillors and anybody listening today, I warmly invite you to visit Wynnum and experience firsthand the charm of our Bayside. It is truly an exciting time to live, work and invest in this incredible part of Brisbane. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak briefly on item E, the Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct. I note with interest that this part of Brisbane has, in my time in council, received numerous projects around defining it, upgrading it, renewing it over the 16 years that I've been in council. That started with the neighbourhood plan back in 2009. That was in Wynnum. We've had a skip and a village precinct project for Wynnum and Manly Harbour. So over 16 years, Wynnum has continually undergone planning, renewal and upgrade projects under Brisbane City Council. Complementing that has been 16 years of infrastructure upgrades for this area. Now, all areas can have more infrastructure, but certainly in my time, Wynnum has had both the planning structures repeatedly brought through this place by council and infrastructure to support it. Let's contrast that with a suburb, for example, Annerley.
Councillor Johnston, this is not about Annerley, this is about the Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct. Please stick to that.
Yes, thank you. And it is unfortunate that council will lavish attention on a place like Wynnum, perhaps because it was a ward that they wanted to win, and now it is a ward that they have secured. But it is appalling that despite 16 years of resources, investment, planning upgrades and infrastructure renewal, Wynnum continues to receive priority support from Brisbane City Council at the expense of suburbs like Annerley. That, of course, demonstrates that this LNP administration is only interested in governing for themselves. Other suburbs in this city are being left behind because of the LNP's decision to focus more resources on an area that has already had a neighbourhood plan, that has already had a village precinct plan, that has already had a skip, and all the infrastructure improvements. So forgive me for not sounding joyous about another planning scheme by the LNP to prop up Wynnum when suburbs like Annerley are being left behind. Half a footpath is
Councillor
what they got
Johnston, I
a few years
ask
ago.
you to come back to the relevant report, please.
Yes, I'm making a comparison.
I asked you to talk about the report.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure everybody knows I'm talking about Wynnum. I think they can hear me pretty clearly.
Councillor Johnston.
Yeah. I'm definitely
You are
talking
failing
about
to
Wynnum.
follow my instructions. Please stick to the report.
Wynnum, 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 Wynnum.
It's your time, councillor.
Wynnum, 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 Wynnum. It's all about Wynnum, 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 Wynnum. All about Wynnum. We know it's all about Wynnum. That's all the LNP want. Wynnum, Wynnum, Wynnum. That's all they want. Wynnum, 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 Wynnum. If you can't use any other words, the LNP will only let you use Wynnum. Wynnum, Wynnum, Wynnum. The LNP regime only likes Wynnum. Wynnum, Wynnum, Wynnum. I wouldn't want to say another word other than Wynnum because that would get me into trouble. I mean, making a comparison wouldn't be in accordance with the rules, but it's okay to talk about Wynnum, 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 because that's all the LNP want to do. They don't want to talk about any other parts of the city they're neglecting by instead choosing to invest in Wynnum, 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 Wynnum. That's all they want to talk about is Wynnum. I understand why they want to talk about Wynnum, 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 because they don't want to invest in other parts of the city. It's all about Wynnum.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't find this funny.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
Madam Chair,
Yep.
ratepayers pay this person hundreds of thousands of dollars a year to come here and to do this. Like, this is
Thanks, Councillor
embarrassing.
Murphy.
And
I
she's not
understand
gonna
where
make
you're
a
coming from, but
contribution.
it's not really a point of order.
If she's not going to make a contribution, Madam Chair,
Yep.
you have the right to sit her
Thank you.
down.
Councillor Collier, no need for you to screech out across the chamber. Thank you. Unlike you, Councillor Collier. Councillor Johnston?
Well, Madam Chair, I'm definitely not ignoring you, and I'm glad Councillor Murphy finds your ruling to be absurd, because I would like to have a proper debate in this place, but you've told me all I can talk about is Wynnum! Wynnum, 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 and I can only talk about Wynnum, not anything else in the city. Anything relevant, say, the fact that this focuses on Wynnum to the exclusion of other suburbs that I can't mention because I'm only allowed to say the word Wynnum. Wynnum, 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 Wynnum. Wynnum, Wynnum, Wynnum. I don't think it's a winning strategy just to talk about Wynnum. I find it appalling that that's all I'm allowed to talk about, because there are other parts of this city that the LNP is neglecting by choosing to focus on Wynnum.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
Wynnum. Oh, has it stopped? Because
Are there any further speakers?
What a shame we don't have 10 minutes
anymore.
anymore.
Any further speakers? We'll now put the item to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to Deputy Mayor. Councillor Adams. Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
Has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the report of the Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 19th of November 2024 be adopted. Deputy Mayor. Any further speakers? We'll now put the item to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the...
Oh, sorry.
I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2024 be adopted. Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 19th of November 2024 be adopted.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Can I ask that the items be taken seriatim for voting, please?
You can. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week's Transport Committee presentation was all about 50-cent fares. On this side of the chamber, councillors will recall that 50-cent fares was something that we welcomed when it came about. We congratulated the then Premier Stephen Miles on introducing 50-cent fares, even as a trial. And we were extremely pleased to see the then opposition, now government, Chris Afuli, opposition leader, now Premier, actually support 50-cent fares and take steps to enact legislation to make it permanent. So we do think that this is a watershed moment for public transport in this state, and we are already seeing the data coming out of our system which shows that this is making permanent changes to mode share patterns in our city. Madam Chair, we, of course, at the time did criticise the government for the lack of notice to operators, of course, Brisbane City Council being the largest public transport operator in the state. The lack of notice and the lack of courtesy given to us for what is a seismic shift in public policy when it comes to public transport in this state. However, and of course I'll mention we aren't the only one in this position. Of course, other private operators all around the state are now dealing with the uplift in patronage due with 50-cent fares, but we are seeing good sustained increases in patronage on both buses and ferries, and particularly on weekends. And on buses, we're able to cope with this additional demand by putting on extra buses. Thanks to Our advocacy ahead of 50-cent fares, the state government did recognise the need for additional capacity in our bus network, and as part of the bus contract agreement in July, the state agreed to provide additional buses to Brisbane City Council so we could operate additional services, particularly during the peak. That arrangement has been working successfully on the bus network, and largely we've been able to cope with additional demand on the network. But where we've really seen growth is on our CityCat network. On average, CityCat patronage has increased by over 50%. Most of that uplift, of course, has occurred on the weekends, with growth on Saturdays and Sundays sometimes approaching 70%. We know that's because our CityCats don't only provide a commuter service for our residents, but they also provide an important and much-loved attraction and a great day out for families. So there's not only that commuter element, but also that visitor element and recreation element that drives people to catch CityCats, particularly because CityCats, the leisure element there is very price sensitive. And so when the prices drop out, as they have with 50-cent fares, we see people take up that slack. Of course, Madam Chair, another part of this is the addition of the Howard Smith Wharves terminal. This was delivered by the Schrinner administration. It's also proven very popular, and it's already one of our most patronised stops. So one thing I will note is that it's very much not as simple for us to inject additional capacity into the CityCat network as it has been with our bus network. We can't just add new CityCats in. They're not just sitting around waiting to do new services laid up. We have to build CityCats. We have to program a pipeline of work in. So additional capacity on our network is one of those issues that I think will fall out of the 50-cent fare review, I suppose, when we come up to the one-year anniversary in August next year. We have a look at what it's done to our network and where we take our network going forwards. Of course, we're already taking the first steps to improve overcrowding on one of the worst overcrowded routes, which is the City Hopper, the free City Hopper service. We recently released our plan to reimagine the City Hopper services as more frequent cross-river connections rather than a long, circuitous 36-minute service. And community consultation closed on that project just over a week ago. We know there's more to do on CityCats, and we'll be looking at the structure of our services to make sure our network is fit for purpose. The committee also considered a petition on the route 27 bus. Of course, this was a bus route placed into Kangaroo Point to deal with the closure of the dockside terminal, and with that terminal now back online and with Mowbray Park soon to come back online, that service has ended and won't be reintroduced by this council. I'll leave further debate to the chamber. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And through you, can I thank Councillor Murphy for bringing this presentation to the Transport Committee after Councillor Kim and I requested it. Obviously, 50-cent fares has been, a once-in-a-generation public policy, and the impact of that, across our entire public transport network, not just in Brisbane, but the entire state of Queensland alone, so far has been incredible. And it was a very interesting presentation. We can't talk a lot of detail today on the presentation because I understand most of it is commercial in confidence. That's what we were told in the committee meeting. So on this side of the chamber, we've always said that to unlock public transport usage in Brisbane, it needs to be about two things. And firstly, it's about addressing affordability, and secondly, it's about the reliability and frequency of the services to the suburbs in Brisbane. And what we know from this presentation and from all of the feedback is that 50-cent fares, thanks to Stephen Miles and the then Labor government, has absolutely changed the game when it comes to not only getting people onto public transport to address cost of living, but also to address, of course, traffic congestion. And this is a policy shift, a public policy shift that has seen incredible results, of course. Speaking broadly, we know that the 50-cent fare initiative has been a huge success. And I know that it took pretty bold leadership, to be honest, politically, to bring in something like this, but it really did change
the game. I guess time will really tell about what the LNP's true position really is, because, you know, I take some things that the LNP, whether it's at the state, the federal or the council level, say with a grain of salt, because one day they might be for it and there'll be bipartisan support, and then the next day they might change their mind. So I hope to see these benefits continue, and, you know, if through you, Chair, Councillor Murphy and other LNP councillors in this place are such strong advocates, I know they'll be beating down the door of the new Crisafulli state government to make sure that these stay in place, these 50-cent fares stay in place forever. What was clear from the presentation is the demand for suburban services, especially in the outer suburbs, like in, of course, Councillor Strunk and Councillor Kim's areas as well, but really right across Brisbane the demand is there, and it's only going up. But what we know from the priorities of this administration is they have put all of their eggs in the metro basket, of course. And so I guess if this LNP council really want to see more services to the suburbs, you know, well, apparently the agreement that was done up in September isn't even worth the paper that it's written on, and the metro was only a trial, and who actually knows what's going on. I don't even know if the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy really know what's going on. So
come back to the...
Yep, so when we're talking about public transport services in Brisbane and we're talking about the impact of 50-cent fares, it can't just be about slashing the price. It has to be about going and advocating for additional services, not just the metro. It is about finding those additional ways to address capacity in the outer suburbs and right across Brisbane, and that's certainly something that on this side of the chamber we really want to see. It's something that we've always been very strong on. You know, public transport and the way that we approach our planning and our rollout and our priorities as a council shouldn't just be about a couple of bus routes, really, or replacing a bus on an existing bus route. It should be about wide-reaching, broad-reaching. You know, if we're talking about even just putting 15,000 extra residences and homes in suburbs, the conversation also has to be about how do we move these people around. I know in my community, you know, we've got major developments happening, seeing, you know, 800 new dwellings in just one development in my community. And the number one thing that people raise with me is, how are we going to move people around? How are local roads going to cope? And a big part of that answer is always, it always has and always will be, addressing public transport.
Further speakers? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I also rise to speak very briefly about the half-price bus fares presentation. I also thank the Chair for bringing this one to Council. I was especially interested to see the outcome of how things are going since the policy was introduced by the Miles Labor government. Especially out my way, I just thought I'd provide a bit of feedback from local residents, especially as a new councillor that was recently elected in. So I went door knocking for quite a few months, about 8 months before my actual election. And I know that when we were running as candidates in our area, we ran on a policy of half-price bus fares. And sadly at the time, because we didn't get into government here in council, we weren't able to introduce that. But after that, it was great to see the 50-cent bus fares brought in as quite an astounding policy that I guess we didn't think would come so soon. And it's so great to see that the state government has done that instead of council. One thing that I did really want to mention is that, especially I suppose in political speak, in places like Pollara, we saw that the Labor Lord Mayor candidate actually got a higher result than the current Lord Mayor. And I think that's really telling.
That is nothing to do with the committee presentation. Come back to the presentation.
Thank you.
Please.
Just bringing this back to relevancy, the reason why I said that was because, especially in places like Pollara where services are lacking, residents really showed how they felt about the current circumstances. And I did want to mention one thing that I did note in the committee meeting that was mentioned, which is to recognise the unintended consequences as a result of these 50-cent fares. I do note that I can see how that's added a lot of pressure to council to deliver extra services, but I think that doesn't also take away from the fact that a couple of days ago there was already a Brisbane Times article article about a recent livability survey showing that in places like the outer suburbs in Greater Brisbane, we saw that Greater Brisbane have less than half the access to frequent transport compared to the inner city. And I know this affects a lot of suburbs where I live. I suppose maybe that's why we saw the change at this last council election, Labor's first seat in over 20 years that we've picked up. People are really feeling the pain, especially at our electorate office as well. When we collect a lot of donations, I can see there's both a lot coming through, but a lot of people really shy to ask for help as well. Policies like this can really change people's lives, and I wanted to note the importance of this. I do really thank the Chair for actually noting 50-cent fares in this presentation. I'd love to see more of this kind of work from City Council as well. The reason why I mention results is because I think it's quite necessary to look at the way people are responding to how these policies are impacting how they feel. And it's my responsibility to make sure that these things are conveyed to this council. This is why I was elected. Earlier this year, we saw a petition that was essentially rejected, which was to propose a new bus route to a certain demographic out in Callum, but sadly
it's not
a new one was
about those
proposed.
bus routes, it's about the 50-cent fares. Please stick to the committee report.
As we can also see, the reason why these 50-cent fares were introduced is to help the working people out in this outer suburbs, and that also corresponds with the lack of services that are pre-existing, that aren't existing really where we live. And I think these two go hand in hand. I think it's important that these two levels of government work together. I think we've heard a lot of promises from this council over the last couple of weeks since the state election. I do hope that they deliver, and if they don't, I think these residents will just continue to speak louder and louder in Callum Ward. Thank you, Chair.
Any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the Transport Committee items. Just on the 50-cent fares, look, all I've got to go on with this is the actual report before us today. And I was really interested to read sort of what Councillor Murphy was talking about. Now, I've heard some figures come out from people, including Councillor Murphy, but none of them are in this report. So what the increases in actual, so the 70% increase in city cats that Councillor Murphy use of city cats, that was commercial in confidence, was it? It's quite interesting, isn't it? I mean, council used to publish regularly, for all the new councillors here, and there's a lot, they used to regularly publish the numbers, monthly, publish all the bus numbers, how many people were using it. So what's really fascinating to me is what the LNP administration is hiding. Whilst they're saying things like, as Councillor Murphy did today, that there's a 70% increase on city cats, they're also saying in this report that that's being absorbed by the existing capacity on the network, particularly during weekdays. So either usage of city cats has been so low that it can accommodate a 70% increase, or Councillor Murphy is very selectively quoting the figures that support this. Now, I have no doubt that 50-cent fares are good. They are good for everything, buses, trains, whatever. We don't have a lot of buses out my way, but we do have trains. And it's definitely a bit noticeable that there's been an increase in the number of people using them as a result of 50-cent fares. But I'm very fascinated in the fact that this council does not feel it can share information with the people of Brisbane about how many people are using a bus. I'm quite interested in why that's a secret. I'm quite interested in why Councillor Murphy can make these bold assertions that there's been a 70% increase. Was that on one Sunday afternoon and you're just, using it very selectively? We don't know, because reports are brought to this place that don't contain proper detail. So my observation of this report is, yes, 50-cent fares are good, but I can see that because of my own public transport use. I certainly wouldn't have got any clarity from this report that's been brought forward today. And I do not understand why the number of people using a bus or a ferry is, quote, commercial in confidence. We don't compete against anybody. So what is it commercial in confidence against? Ourselves? Commercial in confidence is where there is a process. Yeah, a process. There's not here. So the idea that the one thing council does, which runs the buses and the city cats, is commercial in confidence when there are no competitors to those. I'd really like Councillor Murphy to explain to me why the number of people using our buses and our city cats are, as he describes, commercial in confidence. They are supposed to be an open and transparent administration. We know that's not the case. We haven't even heard them say it for some years yet. But why isn't it council can't be accountable to the outcome and the impacts of the 50-cent fares? I also note with interest, and maybe Councillor Collier seems to know more than Councillor Murphy, the report also said that there had been some changes to services and additional temporary services put on. Was there any discussion of which routes? Right. Why is that not in the report? I mean, is Councillor Murphy so lazy nowadays he doesn't feel he needs to actually put details in his reports? Which additional bus services have been put on to support the increase in 50-cent fares? What services have had increased timetables? There's just mansplaining basically in here with no detail. And I think that there should be a bit more provided to us, because if what Councillor Murphy is saying, that 70% increase in CityCat services is true, then there should be some numbers that demonstrate and can be shared, because they're not commercial in confidence, nor are extra buses or extra bus routes. They're not commercial in confidence. They're either buses that councillors put on, or they're buses that councillors ask the state government to put on.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
Why is it a secret?
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I rise to speak on the 50-cent bus fare. Certainly, it was a masterstroke about the Miles government to bring this in. That was, when I first saw it announced, actually, I think I was reading the Courier Mail or the Brisbane Times or something, and I thought, what a brilliant idea. And then we came into the chamber some days later, and the Lord Mayor got up and waxed lyrical about it, and I said, oh, this is good. And then I think the next meeting, I think Councillor Brian Murphy got up and then sort of started bagging it. Well, it seemed like he was bagging it. He was saying, no, we didn't have time, they didn't give us any advance warning, blah, 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 blah. If I would have been him and I was in charge of the Metro, who was going to benefit greatly when they did roll it out, the 169 for 4 weeks or whatever it was, that would certainly give you a huge amount of patronage on that. And I think he said there was 100,000 people that actually used it in that 4 weeks. Well, if it wasn't for the 50-cent bus fare, that probably wouldn't have used it to that extent. And this commercial in confidence is really weird. You know, don't we want to let other states know what we're doing, or other cities know what we're doing? We just want to keep it all to ourselves, and I don't know what that's all about. Because as Councillor Johnston said, there's no competition here. It's not like, it's something that is going to be put out on a contract or. But I just think, and of course, it really has benefited Brisbane Transport, the 50-cent bus fare. We only had to look at the last quarterly results, right? The increase that we had in revenue in transport was telling, right? And I'm sure a lot of that was the 50-cent bus fares as well. I know some of my own constituents have told me that they've really enjoyed. I've had a couple that have said, we hopped the bus, we went into the city, and then we hopped onto the City Cat, and then we got off the City Cat, went onto the train, and it was a really enjoyable day out, right? At a very reasonable price for the transport. And I'm sure there's many stories like that that are happening, especially if you're bringing people. If you have visiting relatives or friends coming to the city and you want to show them around a bit, it can be very cost effective to all hop on a train or a bus or a City Cat. I just want to congratulate the Miles government for introducing it. It was a masterstroke, and I think this city, and I hope the Christopher Foley government continues. I think they've committed to the term continuing to the term. Yep. I just hope they continue it on, because the increase in numbers that I see on the 100 and the 103 and the 122, especially some of the very few bus services going out to the train station, are increasing, and you don't see a lot of empty seats anymore. So we had a lot of capacity out there, especially when we came through COVID and the numbers had drastically dropped, and they weren't really building up at any great rate. But this 50 cents is really underpinned the transport system in this city, and right around Queensland for that matter. And I just think it was definitely a game changer. And I'm just glad that the Miles government introduced it, and I hope it continues on for many more years. Thank you, Chair.
Any further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Murphy, right of reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I do genuinely thank Councillor Collier, Councillor Kim and Councillor Strunk for their contributions to this debate. I think broadly they hit the mark. I mean, 50-cent fares, yes, it has been good for public transport. It's good for our city. I think it's great for our bus drivers as well. Something we didn't speak about in the committee presentation was just how much less pressure our bus drivers are now under, because a lot of our customers aren't angry or feeling that they can't afford the trip, or dissatisfied with the price to performance of the trip. Because yes, people are still frustrated sometimes by the public transport network, but it's very difficult to make a complaint when you're only paying 50 cents. So certainly the feedback from our drivers, this has been a watershed moment for them as well. And I know what big fans our Labor councillors are of our driver workforce, so the feedback from them has been good as well. But I think it's important just to point out there's been a little bit of I suppose, hagiography of Premier Miles in the debate here. We had, I think, Councillor Collier called it, quote unquote, incredible public policy. I think Councillor Strunk called it a masterstroke. Yes and no, I would say, Madam Chair. I think if we're being honest in this chamber, that we can understand that while 50-cent fares has had an appreciable benefit to people during a cost of living crisis, that we might be potentially a little bit sceptical about the true motivations around 50-cent fares, given the timing of when it arrived, and the trial period and when it was going to end, and the impact to the state budget. And now it's permanent. I suppose it's, well, I guess we'll never know. Just what a big believer in 50-cent fares the former Premier Miles was. But either way, it has happened. And as I've said in this chamber many times, there's like 4 things that drive people onto or off public transport: frequency, reliability, affordability and safety. Affordability is now off the table thanks to this policy, and I think credit where it's due. Election pitch or not, it has changed the game in Queensland, and we should absolutely give credit to both former Premier Miles and to the now Premier David Crisafulli for cementing in that policy and keeping it. There were some other comments made just in respect of commercial in confidence and the figures, and why I'm not able to release the figures. In fact, I have released a number of the higher line figures in terms of the overall increases. The presentation at committee went into specific detail about routes and days and when things are up and down, etc. There was a lot of detail in that presentation that councillors got, and more detail that was presented verbally by the presenter. I reminded councillors that were there that those detailed figures are held as commercial in confidence. And yes, Councillor Johnson's actually right about something for once. The council did use to publish things like bus full figures and our patronage figures in the past. Do you want to know who put a stop to us reporting that information to the councillors and to the public? It was former Transport Minister Mark Bailey. So he actually, when we re-signed the contract with TransLink, he put a little clause in there that said council is not to publish this information ever without the express permission of TransLink, or we would be in breach of the contract that we operate under. And yeah, so he put that in there and I know they're really good friends, so I guess...
Point of order.
Council, I guess...
One moment, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Will Councillor Murphy take a question?
Councillor Murphy, will you take a question?
Happy to take a question, Councillor Collier.
Did you ever ask if we could release the figures?
Councillor Murphy.
Well, I take that question from Councillor Collier, and the reality is I think there's been a new government for 3 weeks now, and you know what? I am going to ask them if we can release those figures again, because I do agree with Councillor Johnson and Councillor Collier that this is the Brisbane City Council and we aren't in competition with anyone, and we should be able to release those figures on a regular basis, and I have no problem with that. This is an open and transparent council, Madam Chair, and we're very, very proud of that. This is the Brisbane City Council, not the CIA, and we welcome transparency and scrutiny, and I would be more than happy to put those figures out there if the new state government is willing to let us do that.
Thank you. We'll now put item A to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 6 against.
So the motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 19th of November 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Parry that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 19th of November 2024 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Chair, would you be able to advise how much time remains in the allocated 3 hours for debate?
Around 10 minutes. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, look, I can understand why Councillor Parry was keen to second this report. It speaks to the Beams Road project, which, while not in Marchant, is to the benefit of her community, particularly the northern half. The principal beneficiary, the community whose principal beneficiary the councillor is of course your own, and that is where 1A has been occurring and coming to a conclusion in the very near term. So in the early parts of next year we will conclude Beams Road 1A and we have opened EOIs for Beams Road 1B, which we will commence in the first, we will issue that contract in the first quarter of next year and then begin construction in the second half of the financial year, the first half of next year. So just to remind councillors, the nature of Beams Road, about 20,000 people use Beams Road each and every day, and about 12,000 of them approach that through the Dorval Road roundabout. Now, the Dorval Road roundabout is one of the main focuses of this project, and its removal and replacement with lights. Now, that will be among the last things that happen. The light switch on at Dorval will be one of the final parts of the project. The principal part of the project, of course, is the four-laning, and of course the dedicated cycle, these dedicated separated cycleways. But the Dorval section is the most complicated. We were actually able to achieve through a super weekend some weeks ago now a significant improvement and in the nature of the site and a big reduction in construction time. So while we cover more than 30,000 people using the corridor, it's also important to recall that I think due to the congestion and the difficulty sometimes navigating that Dorval intersection, there were 16 hospitalisations and 48 incidents on top of that requiring medical treatment, and 11 further with minor injuries in the period 2015 through 2024 prior to the upgrade commencement. So we're talking 75 traffic incidences requiring medical attention in that period, or roughly 7.5 to 8 a year. So far more than is tolerable, and I'm glad that through this work we are able to respond to that work. So again, with Beams Road, it is more than 90% complete, and 31,000 hours have been worked to date to upgrade the site, with more than 1,000 separate individuals inducted to work on the site. The project limits are, of course, Belcara to Lacey for the shared path, and Cowie to Belcara, the 2-laning to 4-laning. A significant part of the work has been improving the utilities, or should I say separating the utilities out of the roadway, which has proved a big cost and time risk in some projects, but in this one, due to our forethought and planning, it was dealt with quickly and effectively. Can we also recognise the efforts of Mr Luke Howarth in the federal government, of which he was a member, acquiring the funding commitment which has ensured the delivery of this project. The project also has an interaction with the state government's open level crossing removal, which our officers are highly complimentary of their work, particularly through the scheduled closures, and we look forward to that being part of the project as well. 1B is the eastern part of Beams Road from the other side of the open level crossing. There will be a tunnel constructed for school students to attend. I must apologise. Again, it's either Holy Family or Holy Spirit School. Holy Spirit School. I apologise to that school. I do it every time. For their increasing attendance rates, we're going to have a safe crossing across Beams, or should I say under Beams Road for them, and there'll be suitable flood mitigations and travel mitigations for where it interacts with Cabbage Tree Creek. Excuse me, I should correct myself. We expect work to commence in the early parts of next year, and practical completion will take some time, but we expect to commence in the first half, I should say, of next year. All right, there were 3 petitions that were considered by the committee. One in Brighton that was carried unanimously, one at St Lucia that was carried, and one at Albion that was also carried. I look forward to contributions regarding those and the report at the appropriate time.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I just rise to speak briefly on, don't think we'll worry about Beams Road, but item C, the petition requiring, is that the right one? Oh God, sorry. Is that the St Lucia one? Yes. Yes, the noise barrier for the corner of Sir Fred Chanel Drive and Gailey Road, St Lucia. This was an unusual petition, and I would ask that it is taken seriatim for voting purposes. What is interesting about it was the discussion that we had in the chamber, in the committee meeting, which is there is apparently a blanket no on any noise barriers by council. Now, Councillor Wong, God bless his soul, talked about something else completely different to what it was we were talking about. But Councillor Wines couldn't give us really any explanation other than, you know, from an engineering point of view, they could be quite complicated. And absolutely, I mean, I'm not advocating that we put in giant 5-metre high concrete walls around every intersection in Brisbane because residents ask because there are noise issues. But there are legitimate issues with noise in parts of Brisbane, and I have one in my area, and there is an outstanding petition to come. So I guess the lack of creativity and flexibility that Councillor Wines has shown seems to be a significant roadblock to finding good local solutions for local residents. Now, I don't know what the answer is here, but I know that the dearth of information that Councillor Wines provided in the response, I know that the lack of detail certainly is problematic for those residents who are concerned about this issue. Now, I don't know whether there are any other noise attenuation measures that Council could consider. I don't know if this site is, for example, additional tree plantings could help minimise noise. Now, this is a very difficult area because I'm pretty sure we're talking about the Five Ways roundabout here, but it's a very difficult space to work in. I appreciate that, and I'm not saying I have the answers. But when Councillor Wines says, no, we don't do them, there is no other option, that seems to me to indicate that engineers are not being given the opportunity to look at whether there is a solution possible to reduce noise in these areas. And there are lots of great ideas out there, either through technology, doesn't have to be a physical barrier, it could be a green barrier, it could be, there's lots of things. But I think it's disappointing that Councillor Wines refuses to even engage and look at any viable options, because residents in this city are copping, I think it's like a 3% increase every year of traffic in Brisbane. That's just the normal rate of growth. Well, that's what it used to be the last time they published, those half-yearly reviews they used to publish. The corridor studies. It used to be that there was around a 3% sort of organic growth in traffic on every road in Brisbane on average. So inner city areas where there are high density are definitely copping more of that traffic. Or if you're on an arterial road, or if you're on a busy road that leads to a university and so forth. So I just think that this is a space where council should be prepared to consider options. It should be flexible in looking for solutions for residents. And I don't think that the new local councillors, here's a little lesson from me, I don't think you should accept, no, bugger off, we don't do this. Because, yes, we do. Council has engineers, yes, we can. Sorry, yes, we can. Not yes, we do, yes, we can. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Because engineers, no, I'm not saying that. Engineers do often have the skills and the ideas. It's just a lack of leadership from the LNP in looking at the options. So I'm not saying there should be a prescribed option here, but it just strikes me that this is a lost opportunity. I certainly will not be accepting this when the petition for Chelmer comes up for a noise barrier at the end of Victoria Avenue, because there are options there, including a green wall, which would be fantastic. And it is disappointing that neither the local councillor nor the chair is prepared to look at options here and give the engineers some creativity and freedom to look at whether there is a viable noise attenuation option.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Wines. We'll now put items A, B and D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 2 against.
Thank you. That motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Under the provisions of section 35(13) of the meeting's local law on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting. Councillors, can you return quietly, please? For the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So we'll now vote on the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Can I ask that item A is taken seriatim for voting, please?
Sorry, Councillor Collier, it is a single motion at this point. Thank you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Can she do division?
Seconded.
Councillor Collier has moved a division and seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour, 5 against and 1 abstention.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Carried. Councillors, please resume your seat. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I'm seeking your ruling on this issue of voting. It's my understanding that under the meeting's local law, a procedural motion can be moved at any time, and the guillotine related to voting simply ends debate. It does not prevent procedural motions from being moved at any time under the rules. So I understand the guillotine stops debate, but I'm just clarifying why you're saying we can't move a procedural motion on voting.
On 14, sorry, hang on one moment. 35, Division 6, 35, 14. On the expiration of the period allowed for debate of all committee reports, unless Council resolves otherwise, the Chair shall put a motion to the meeting for the adoption of the following without further debate, and that is the committee report not yet debated. So it doesn't say.
Point of order, Madam
being
Chairman.
Divided.
I suspect you're interpreting that incorrectly, and Madam Chairman, that means that this meeting could resolve to extend the 3 hours for debate, not that we can't move procedural motions. And I again draw you to the rules regarding procedural motions around voting that say procedural motions can be moved at any time. They can't be debated, Madam Chairman, so therefore there is no breach of that rule.
The motion is only to extend the time of debate. It is not to divide the motions.
Thank you for agreeing with me, Madam Chair. So that brings me back to the point of order that I've made, which is under the meeting's local law, procedural motions can be moved at any time. Procedural motions are not able to be debated, and I am unclear on why you're not allowing a procedural motion to be moved as part of the voting process.
So, Councillor Johnson will go to 44 seriatim, and the Chair's decision on whether a motion is capable of being put seriatim is final. That is 44-4. So we'll now move to the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to City Standards Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to Community and the Arts Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The Finance and City Governance Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Petitions.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I move dissent in your ruling restricting councillors from voting seriatim.
Seconded.
It has been moved by dissent in my ruling by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Collier. All those in favour say aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. We'll now move to the petitions. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've got a petition here regarding access to the Windsor Community Centre.
Councillor Dixon.
I've got a petition here on behalf of Councillor Davis requesting council install traffic calming measures in Wyndham Way, Bridgeman Down.
Councillor Dixon, may I have a motion for the receipt of the petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Point of order. Just in relation to Rule 44, point 1, states when a motion consists of more than one statement, action or concept, such statement, actions or concepts shall be put seriatim if any councillor so requests.
Councillor Collier, in 2 it says, if it is intended to debate a motion seriatim, then the request must be made immediately after the motion has been put and seconded. If it is in... Councillor, thank you. And I have already made my decision on that.
No, sorry.
So I'm not going back to it. I've already made my ruling. So now we are moving on. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Collier.
Seeking your clarification, generally speaking, if there's debate and the time expires allowed, are you saying that in no circumstances items can be put separately for seriatim for voting purposes only, despite 44(1) in the rule book?
It's that first point where the motion is moved and put, and so we are not doing that in each of those after that 3-hour time. So in normally, you know, where that motion is moved by the chair and then, or is put, then that's the opportunity then, but we are not doing that in that situation. So I hope that is a bit clearer. Councillors, we're now going to...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Again, Madam Chairman, this is where the issue of a procedural motion overrides what you are saying. Yes, there is no debate under the rules, but procedural motions can be put without debate, and there is nothing precluding those from being put forward. So I think there is a problem here, and it may be the best course of action would be to seek some advice, because otherwise you are unilaterally saying no to procedural motions.
Well, it's not a procedural motion, Councillor, so I don't uphold that point of order. We now move to general business. Is there any general business?
Point of order, Madam Chairman. Sorry, just to clarify then, Madam Chairman, if I may. So we're allowed to debate motions for seriatim, are we? Because if that's the case,
Councillor Johnston, I'm not going to debate this with you. I've made my ruling.
But
that
you
is
just
it.
said that
Councillor Johnston,
not a procedural motion, but
I
Madam
am
Chairman,
not going to debate. I've made a ruling several times, and I can't be clearer.
I'm just seeking clarification because what you just said then is just wrong, and I'm sure you've misspoken. But Madam Chair, this is an issue that needs clarification and resolution.
Well, then you need to take that up with other avenues, not now.
Well, I can't do that, Madam Chairman. The meeting's
No,
local
Councillor.
law says I've got to do it through
No,
you.
Councillor
That's what the
Johnston,
rules
you
say.
know that there are other ways if you
There
are not happy.
Any other ways.
If you are not
you
happy,
change the rules. We
stop
can't.
screeching out across the
There
chamber.
are no other ways, Madam Chair.
If you are not happy, you have other avenues.
We don't, Madam. Okay, yes, we do, Madam Chairman. I apologise, Madam Chairman. I move that you are removed from the chair.
Seconded.
Who seconded that? A motion has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Collier that I have engaged in unsuitable meeting conduct. I'll now vacate the chair and leave the chamber.
Is there any debate, Councillor Johnston?
Yes, look, just briefly, I have moved a motion here that the chair has engaged in improper conduct and should leave the chair. She has interpreted that as a motion of inappropriate conduct, but I don't think she got what I was saying. So guess what? I can debate it. So the first thing I'll say is today we've seen again a number of decisions from the Chair of Council that are confusing and contradictory. Firstly, we saw question time cut short because the chairperson had made a ruling that 4 or 5 minutes left in question time, quote... It was, she said it. Yes, it did.
4 minutes and 5 seconds.
Councillors.
Yeah, that's Councillor Adams who's interjecting.
Councillors.
No.
Councillor Johnston has the floor.
Thank you. So there were 4 to 5 minutes left in question time, and Councillor Landers, the chair's explanation was there wasn't enough time left to answer the question. Now again, under the time restrictions in the meeting's local law, if someone runs out of time to answer a question, her response is, your time has expired. Yes. That is the age-old way in the 16 years that I've been here, that if you run out of time, matters are being handled. Today, of course, Councillor Landers, and I think this happened last week as well, simply decided to cut short question time to present another opposition question being asked. Yes. So that's the first problem today. That is a personal decision that Councillor Landers has made, which is unreasonably restricting the opposition's ability to question the administration of the day as intended under the meeting's local law. If the time for question time has expired, Councillor Landers can say so, and the person who is speaking should resume their seat. That is the way that it is handled for motions. That is the way that it is handled for guillotining the debate. It's just question time that Councillor Landers is treating differently, and that is a political decision that undermines the need for fairness in the application of the meeting's local law. The next problem we've got, I think, with Councillor Landers is what she considers to be relevant. Yes. A comparison between one thing and another is relevant. Now, this is going to be an issue. The LNP councillors think Wynnum was entertaining. They should have been here a decade ago when I read reports verbatim. Yep. But we will go back to me raising every single time that they're not being relevant. Now, Councillor Atwood spoke beautifully this morning about the raffles needed at the Scout Hut and everything else, nothing to do with leasing. No. That issue was not pulled up by the Chair of Council. So again, the Chair of Council is unreasonably restricting debate on this side of the chamber for political purposes. And finally today, the new rules that the LNP have forced on this council, which guillotine debate in this place, are now apparently subject to her personal decision that procedural motions cannot be moved. And that is the outcome of today. It means that there is no way that any item can ever be done seriatim in advance. Now, the LNP might think this is good, but that means, of course, their own councillors are going to be voting for or against things that they might not be in favour of as well. I don't know. But the idea that somehow procedural motions cannot be moved because they are debate is wrong, because the nature of procedural motions is they can be moved at any time. So last week we had the same problem with Councillor Landers. Her political decision-making is clearly to support the regime. It is clearly to disenfranchise and deny opposition councillors the opportunity to engage in debate. Even her false statements tonight that there are other ways you can deal with this is fundamentally untrue. The OIA will not deal with matters inside the chamber. This is the process that is now in the meetings local law to deal with these issues, and it is not necessarily productive. We all want to see a more functioning and better council chamber, and that requires the chair to be fair when they administer the rules, and to make sure that all councillors have the opportunity to participate.
Further debate. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, as we did hear from Councillor Johnson, I assure you I have been here for a long time and most of her speeches are absolutely ridiculous. Again tonight we have the example that Councillor Johnson doesn't like. The relevance is that this motion. Councillor Johnson doesn't like the answer. She spits the dummy out. She moves a motion.
Point of order, Chair. Relevance to the debate. We're not debating Councillor Johnston. We're debating the conduct of the chair.
Well, it is a vibrant debate, so Deputy Mayor.
I am debating against the motion that Councillor has put in the inappropriate behaviour of the chair. There is no inappropriate behaviour of the chair. There is just an answer that Councillor Johnson doesn't like. I move this motion is put.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor to put the motion, seconded by Councillor Wines. Yep. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Seconded.
It was division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 6 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please go back to your seats. Yep. Councillor Jones, you have 5 minutes of reply.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Look, the problem that is so apparent to everybody, except the people who control the power, is what Councillor Adams just did, which is to guillotine debate on a motion. Yeah, because she doesn't like it. That's what she's accused me of. But it is Councillor Adams that says I should not follow due process, and that is by raising a motion under the meetings local law. Councillor Adams says I should not do that. But the problem we've got here is the LNP don't tolerate different ideas, they don't tolerate any kind of disagreement, and they don't respect fairness and equality under the law. Now, we know that at the state and federal level, the speakers tend to recuse themselves from their party rooms. They do tend to act fairly. In the federal parliament and in the state parliament, even members of the governing party are often called for behaviour breaches in the chamber, but that's never happened here, never happens here. I think the closest we've got under Councillor Landers was a caution to Councillor Wines once. But the problem we've got is that Councillor Landers is not fairly and appropriately respecting the meeting's local law. And I'll say this today because this was not what I intended this debate. If you actually listen to what I said, I moved that the chair be removed. I moved that the chair be removed from the chair. Now, technically, that's a procedural motion which simply should have been put to the vote. Councillor Landers interpreted that as I've moved an inappropriate conduct motion against her and has allowed this whole debate. It's symptomatic of the problem that Councillor Landers is not capable of managing the meeting's local law in the way that they are intended, and that is with respect to all people in the chamber, with fairness to all people in the chamber, and it's disappointing, I think, that Councillor Collier, who wanted to speak on this motion, wasn't able to because Councillor Adams simply used the regime's massive majority to stop any debate. It is the only vehicle we have in the chamber under the meeting's local law to deal with these issues, other than the procedural motion that I just moved that the chair managed to not get right either. So, look, this is the process that was established by you through the meeting's local law changes. I did not vote for them, but they are the rules.
So now the motion of have the chairs be removed by Councillor Johnston. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The motion is lost.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 14 against.
The motion has lost. Can someone please advise the chair to be back to the chamber? What happened if she thought we have to read her result before we can move on? She needs to come back. Any items of general business? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Look, I just want to take a quick moment to make a few comments about the passing of a great inner North Sider whose funeral was last Monday, and a great servant of both community and this city, a man by the name of Derek Churchill, who was a friend to many of us. He founded and ran a successful real estate business that operated out of Lutwyche for many decades that his children continue to run and manage. He has been a key supporter of the advancements and the progress of this city, both through business and through his community work. I will also concede he was for some years my neighbour, living five doors up the street from us when we lived on Colston Road. He left there to go to a unit in Roma Street where which was to be his final house. But leading up to that, his commitment to the city was, in my view, second to none. He himself born in England but migrated to Australia and therefore had a great love of soccer. And he got himself into a position which I recall, please excuse the details, members of his family, if I don't quite get this right, but he became president of what I understand to be the Virginia Soccer Club or its equivalent. While he was president of that club, he went to his local councillor, a man called Frank Sleeman, who was mayor at the time and who would not provide the adequate support to that club. So Derek joined the Liberal Party and ran for the Brisbane City Council against the unbeatable and impenetrable Frank Sleeman. Now, Derek took Sleeman to 400 votes in what was, from memory, an 18% swing against the sitting mayor in 1976. Derek, from that point on, was not only able to secure support for his beloved club, but also his commitment to the Liberal Party continued for many decades, as you would imagine, more than 5 decades. And he has been a great supporter and friend, not to just myself, but many people involved in Brisbane City Council politics over the years. He was a particularly strong supporter of Graham Quirk, who he was a very firm fan of. And I recall when Graham became Lord Mayor and Graham had like a launch event, Derek was sitting front row, not only because he was a great fan of Graham's, but as he was getting older, his hearing was becoming something less than what you would hope for. But Derek was a great friend, a successful businessman, a committed community person, and a person committed to the progress of this city, and also recognised the importance of the work of the Brisbane City Council. He was a person who you could rely on at any age, and even in his declining health was still active and physically present across a whole range of activities in our community. So to him and to his family, can I say thank you for your life of service? Can I say to his family, you should be honoured to be related to and associated with him, and can I hope for nothing but the best for his eternal soul. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Further general business. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise this evening to talk on 2 critical issues facing women throughout Brisbane: perinatal mental health and pregnancy loss. So just wanted to give a warning that my speech will deal with these difficult topics, including early pregnancy loss. These things are hard to talk about, hard to hear about, but they are important to talk about. Last week was Perinatal Mental Health Week, and we all know that having a new baby in your family can be both an amazing time but also an incredibly challenging time. I knew from the first moment that I connected with Bulimba local and mum of 3, Emma Gray, that she was doing incredible work, creating a now national registered charity, the Nurtured Village, in 2019, which aims to support mums in need and help address perinatal mental health issues by recreating the village through delivering a monthly hamper to a mum in need. I have seen firsthand the amazing work that the Nurtured Village does in all communities, supporting mums like Anita Asher time and time again this year alone, as her darling son Archie was diagnosed, relapsed and ultimately succumbed to his leukaemia this year. Only just last month, the charity delivered meals to Anita and her family, and she said, "This is the most thoughtful gesture. I've been struggling more than ever. These meals couldn't have come at a better time. Thank you." I'd like to acknowledge Apollo Coffee House, who teamed up with TNV for Perinatal Mental Health Week last week, doing a Pay It Forward initiative for local mums. The first day alone, 22 people in our community paid a coffee forward to a mum who needed it. I know Rach and her entire team at Apollo Coffee House are an amazing community hub who are a real place of connection and support, and I thank Rachel for partnering with TNV for this important initiative. I also today wanted to talk about Two Souls Co, founded by Morningside local mum Catherine. Two Souls Co deliver compassionate care for women experiencing early pregnancy loss. Through Catherine's own experiences of early pregnancy loss, she has identified very real clinical gaps and the opportunity to provide more support for both bereaved families and healthcare professionals in a really respectful way. This is done through the Soul Collection Kit, which supports women experiencing early pregnancy loss with dignity. We understand that around 1 in 4 pregnancies will experience a loss. It's estimated that around 285 miscarriages occur every single day in Australia. That's 100,000 couples in Australia every single year that are affected. Throughout Catherine's immeasurable grief came her drive to help other women experiencing this pain and wanting to give a respectful farewell to their babies. Early pregnancy loss is something that I think too many women and families face alone. It's a painful, painful journey. It's often traumatic, undignified, lonely, and it's always devastating. To know that Catherine, who was completely heartbroken but showing the utmost compassion to all other women experiencing this same heartbreak, has used her experience to create something so meaningful is actually just so incredible. I fully have supported Catherine ever since I met her, and urge all councillors that if you feel passionate about this issue to reach out to Catherine. She's on a true quest to support more families during their most difficult periods of loss and grief. Like I said earlier, these are two incredibly difficult issues to discuss, but ones that I think are really important to shine a light on, and there couldn't be a more important time than with the recent Perinatal Mental Health Week, and I thank the Chamber for the opportunity to bring them up today.
Any further general business? Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the future of Brisbane as a sustainable city under LNP leadership. This LNP administration likes to spruik their claims of Brisbane being the most clean, green and sustainable city in Australia. This is an old story, a story that was fed by its legacy of gifted parks and trees planted from much earlier time. It is a story that is now more hype, mistruths and lost hopes. Brisbane is a wealthy city and could easily be a world leader in sustainability, as many Scandinavian and European cities are, but it is not. The world's leading sustainable city indexes, Arcadis, now ranks Perth, Melbourne, Sydney ahead of Brisbane. While this council celebrated their recent GDS Sustainability Index ranking, what they don't reveal is that Brisbane is actually well behind Sydney and Melbourne in the 2024 rankings, with the difference increasing, not decreasing. Being a sustainable city means investing in public and active transport, urban farming, renewable energy, waste management, water conservation, biodiversity, addressing climate change, creating livable streetscapes, access to affordable housing, and most importantly, thriving local communities. Sustainability is not just about having lots of trees, but even on this indicator, Brisbane's claim do not stack up. This LNP administration likes to spruik the idea that Brisbane is the greenest city with the highest tree canopy coverage of any capital city in Australia. This is also just plainly not true. The city of Hobart actually has the highest tree canopy coverage of 59% compared to Brisbane's 44%. But unlike Brisbane, Hobart is more honest and acknowledges that some of that area is not an urban populated area. Unlike Brisbane, the City of Hobart has transparently published all the data and has a genuine strategy to increase tree canopy coverage in its populated urban area. While our Brisbane Council won't publish its detailed data and hides the fact that its tree canopy figures includes large non-urban areas like South Diagula National Park, Mount Cootha Forest Reserve and Muggle Conservation Park. Here is a little summary of what Brisbane is heading. The LNP administration just forced through hidden changes to the city plan that will result in 290 hectares less green space over the next 12 years, relative to our fast-growing population. Our 10% deep planting target is large developments is failing, with many developments being approved with 0% deep planting. The 5 announced green bridges are dropping like flies. Our LNP mayor is trying to sell Victoria Park to be turned into an Olympic Stadium instead of the iconic Central City Park he promised. Instead of converting 26 hectares of Mount Cootha Quarry into a recreational green space, the mayor is instead promoting hotels and private tourism developments. The amount of suburban sport fields compared to population are in decline. Our children can no longer play the local sports they want. This council inner-city strategy is a mess, with badly planned, unsustainable, high-density areas like South City Square, creating poorly designed wind tunnel effects, Milton Urban Density Area with virtually no green space and insufficient deep planting, the concrete jungle of CBD and surrounds that will become even more unlivable in climate change-induced heat waves. West End High Density Area is a flood zone that is now seeing major floods every decade. Just 2 years ago, we saw the massive impacts on its residents. Kangaroo Point Peninsula, despite being an inner-city suburb, is serviced by some of the worst public transport of any Brisbane suburb, with virtually no local shops, forcing most residents to drive daily. And homelessness in Brisbane has risen at 3 to 4 times the average Australian rate over the last 7 years, with increasing numbers of residents forced to live in its parks. There is clear evidence that this administration is completely failing to provide the leadership and vision required to manage Brisbane's fast population growth rate. While the world struggles to comprehend and adapt to prevent highly destructive climate change, the leader of our city lack a bold vision to ensure Brisbane is resilient and livable in the coming decades.
Your time has expired. Any further general business? Councillor Strong.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wanted to talk about a program and just a bit of a reflection on the procedures this afternoon in regards to the E&C report. Once again, for the 3rd week in a row now, the majority of the E&C chair's report haven't been able to be given. The first week, 7 weren't given, second week was 7, and now 5. Clearly, this rule of 3-hour rule isn't really conducive with the debate in this chamber, or a presentation from a chair who's, and I'll say it, who work very hard and get paid for that work, and they don't get the opportunity to make a report here in the chamber. So what's the point if you're not even able to do that? I know the work still goes on, but for the public to hear what's going on, right, through the system here, the live camera and through YouTube, it's important that it get out there for those people who have a genuine interest in wanting to know what's happening in their city. Now, moving on to a program that I was very much, and I'm sure all councillors over the last few weeks have presented, and we're at the Little Star and the Gold Star program throughout the libraries. This year at the Enola Library, we had a record number of kids participating in the Little Star and Gold Star programs. I think it was 189. And the graduation, they call it the graduation, the presentation of the stars and the certificates happened this week. And I tell you what, there was no room on the floor for any more of the kids. The program is really ramping up over the last few years. Congratulations to the library team out there who really do a fantastic job. And of course, that program is funded by the Queensland Government through Council, along with that other program, of course, the First 5 Forever, which has been, in my area, we have lost half of the sessions, which is a real shame. And that's where it really starts with this 5-star, with this Little Star and Gold Star program, First 5 Forever. That's really where it starts. And I tell you what, parents aren't happy. They are not happy. And we're going to do something about it on this side. We're going to fight for it. And I hope you on that side talk to the state government and get some more money if that's what you need. If you can't afford a couple $100,000, maybe one or less parties or two would cover it. Yep. Anyway, so I just think it's a terrific program. It doesn't cost a lot of money. It really affects the lives of so many of the kids. Honestly, it's just amazing what these kids of very young age can actually do, and the reading comprehension is quite astounding. Actually, I wish I'd have had that when I was a kid. All right, but we didn't. Anyways, that's the item I wanted to talk about, the Little Star and Gold Star program, and of course, First Five Forever. We're not going to give up on that program. Thank you, Chair.
Any further general business? Well, now, councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 8 on the agenda. Councillor Strong, would you please move the motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I move that Brisbane City Council, being the majority shareholder, enter into negotiations with Queensland Urban Utilities and the state government to fund a sewage connection / trunk infrastructure with the Ellen Grove acreage area, so that the majority of the 103 acreage blocks that are not fully impacted by biodiversity overlays can be used for residential development.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Strong, seconded by Councillor Collier, that this council enter into negotiations with urban utilities, of which it is the majority shareholder, and the state government to fund a sewage connection / trunk infrastructure for the Ellen Grove acreage area, so that the majority of the 103 large acreage blocks that are not fully impacted by biodiversity overlays can be used for much needed residential development. Is there any debate? Councillor Strong.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, this motion is quite an important one, I believe, for this city of Brisbane. We are after many more units of accommodation, right across the city, and we have this large acreage blocks, 103 of them, and I think there's only maybe one that's not totally developable, right, because of the overlays, right? The majority all of the rest of them are developable to a lesser or greater degree, right? If you have a look at the biodiversity overlay map, right, the green covers some portion of some of the blocks, but in most cases, not well less than 70% anyways. So whether you develop housing or other types of units there, units of accommodation, right? It is also on the plans that it's going to be. There's actually a railway station that it was set down some years ago to be established in the Ellen Grove area out to Springfield. So at some stage, no doubt the state government is going to put another station there, right? Because of the growth in the area. And if that happens, of course, all the blocks are basically within about 400 meters of a train station, potentially. Listen, we need the sewage connection because that's the one thing that is holding back development. Now, there was 300 units developed in this space back when Milton Dick was the councillor, right? And that was the last of the availability capacity for Carroll Park, right? Now, all the other development that's been happening in and around here has all had to be attached or connected to the Forest Lake trunk, which is up in Woogaroo Street. Now, the reason for that, and what they've had to do, these developers had to do, is actually put pumps in every one of the houses, right, to pump it up to the up to the infrastructure, up to the trunk infrastructure. And I can assure you, I don't think I would want to buy a house that I'm going to have to maintain a pump to pump my sewage, because I never even heard of that before until one of the developers told me what they had to do. So I think it's really important that, listen, there's hundreds and hundreds of units of accommodation that we can develop in this area. I'd love the infrastructure and the planning chair just to come out and actually have a look at what the potential is for this area. It's 18 kilometers to the city, as I said last week. It is just off the Logan motorway. It's just off, it's just off the Ipswich motorway, the Logan motorway. It is a really great area to develop more residential accommodation, right? And we won't have to lose all that biodiversity because the blocks, the 102 blocks, are developable to a lesser or greater degree. And what the developers are asking me for is that connection, right? And that's what has to happen before this area can be developed into the future. Thank you.
Any further debate? Councillor Harton, sorry. Your microphone is not on, Councillor Harton. Sorry.
My microphone's not on. My apologies. We're very glad to see that the opposition have brought this motion back after making the amendments as suggested by Councillor Toomey last week. Now, for those of you who don't know Ellen Grove, it is a beautiful suburb that both Councillor Strunk and I share. So it's at the very edge of Brisbane and we share a boundary with Ipswich. It is a wonderful community and it is fantastic that, Councillor Strunk, you've adequately addressed the biodiversity issues that we raised with you and the role of urban utilities in the state government and, of course, making the amendments to the minor spelling mistake in the previous motion. So I can confirm that we do support delivering this infrastructure to provide more housing for Ellen Grove and would be very happy to have that conversation with urban utilities and the state government and even the federal government to achieve this. Now, the updated motion actually the previous motion referred to the federal government, and this has been removed in this motion, which is a bit of a shame because they have a role to play here too, even if their housing support program might not be suitable for funding this work. Now, it's really curious, the timing. Those on the opposite side have had their friends down the road at George Street for the last 10 years, and there is now a sense of urgency that we need to get the state government on the hook. And I just wonder if that newfound urgency is because there has been a recent change of government. Now, I do agree with Councillor Strunk in regards to the train station. It would be fantastic to have a train station to really open up that space and to ensure that the development that we have out in that corridor is able to be supported by transport. Now, I do note that the previous state member, who was Anastasia Palaszczuk, did promise this new train station at Ellen Grove in 2020, but unfortunately, even though she was the Premier, she was unable to deliver while she was in the government. A new train station, as I shared, would be awesome, and I agree with you, Councillor Strunk. I hope we'll both be advocating to the local state member out there. So, Madam Chair, given that we are in fierce agreement, we will be supporting this motion today, and I move a motion that it be put.
Second. It's moved by Councillor Harton, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. The motion being put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Councillor Strong, right of reply.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, or Vice Chair, Deputy Chair. Sorry, I got it right. Listen, I'm very happy that the LNP has agreed to support this motion. I think it's something that it's really needing to be done. The development of this area is something that we should have probably started doing and looking at that infrastructure, that trunk infrastructure, some years ago. But I have been in this place speaking about Ellen Grove and what the potential is for some years now. But what's happened actually over the last probably half a dozen years is that there's a lot of services there's been some building up. So a number of churches have opened up in the Ellen Grove area. So I'll call it a church of service. The services are actually populating the Ellen Grove acreage area, or just on the fringe of the area. So, and there's some of them have schools attached to them as well. One of the temples has got a school as well, and there's more and more that are wanting to develop in that area. I think what's missing really is a residential accommodation that's actually missing. We have a 24-hour, well, it's been approved, but it hasn't been built yet, but we have a new childcare centre on Muggle Road Street, which is in Ellen Grove, which will also have a 24-hour petrol station, which will be the first in the Forest Lake area, which people are looking forward, and a Serapis, we hope. So those people down at that end of Forest Lake will really look forward to those sort of services being laid on in the next couple of years. But really, it's just going to support what's hopefully going to happen in the next 10 years, and that will be the development of the acreage areas sensitively. We want to keep all that. We want to keep the trees that we want to keep. You know, those legacy trees and those other species as well, and of course the fauna as well that's in the area. And I think it can be done sensitively, and I think the developers can still make what they need to make, right? And we're going to get what we need to get, and that is more housing in Brisbane. Thank you.
Now I put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The motion is carried. I declare the meeting closed. Thank you.